All right, you're unmuted.
Good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It is June 16th. This is a special meeting of the Benzie County Board of Commissioners for the purpose of discussing the budget for fiscal year 25-26. Could I get a roll call, please?
Davis,
Here.
Ganott,
Here.
Markey,
Here.
Nye,
Here.
Roloff,
Here.
Sauer,
Present.
Craig.
Here.
All present. Very good. Please rise and join me for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Gracious God, we thank you for the blessing of this day. We ask for wisdom and guidance during this meeting this morning. We pray that the words of our mouth and the meditations of our hearts are pleasing in your sight. Pray this humbly in your Son Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we have an agenda before us. Would look for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion.
Davis second. Davis seconds.
We have a motion and support. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries, and that brings us to our first public comment. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Being none, I will close public comment. And that brings our budget discussion.
Yes, welcome to the budget discussion, everybody. In front of you, you have a large stack of large spreadsheets. I did try to do the color coding a little bit so it's easier to navigate through the stack. I have invited staff to be here. Not all staff will be presenting, just as in years past. If there's a flat budget, nothing out of the ordinary, they don't have to come present to you. I usually cover their budget, but anything out of the ordinary, or if staff simply wants to come to you and give an update or make a special request, they'll be here today. They may be coming in and out as we have our meetings. So this isn't everybody. There will be more folks showing up throughout the meeting. But because Dan Thorell was the first one here, the health department will get to go first. So you should have that one on top. Now, as noted, there are two that are related to the health department. The general fund section is the appropriation sections where the health department is asking for the appropriation. The other packet, which has road commission tied in with it in the maples, that's the fiduciary side of things. And Kelly can kind of go over that if you have any questions about how that part works. But I will go ahead and invite Dan up to give a quick overview of the health department request and what it looks like. And then it's a special meeting, so you guys typically ask questions during the discussion. So feel free to do that for the new folks.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Dan Thorell. I'm the Health Officer Director of the Health Department, Benzie-Leelanau District Health Department. And really, we're here today to respectfully request an increase in appropriations, a 5% increase. Looking back over the past 3 fiscal years, we did not request any increases for those time periods. And it was because we were, through our funding mechanisms and whatnot, we were able to increase, or, at the end of the year, put money back into our fund balance. And we have been managing that fund balance, doing some projects, mainly some building related projects and whatnot. A couple of years ago, we entered into a partnership with Leelanau County and renovated some space, partnered with them to renovate some space for our environmental health team to go over there. And that's been working out really well. And then right now we are just in the end stages of a renovation at the Benzie building, which is going to house some environmental health staff and so our administrative services staff there as well. We are projected to take a little bit from our fund balance for that. We did get a substantial grant from the state public health infrastructure grant, which is earmarked for doing those type of projects. So, but like I said, over the last 3 fiscal years, we have not requested any increases because we were adding to our fund balance during that time. And I personally believe, and, as Dodie believed and Shelley believes, that when that's happening, it's not appropriate to me to ask for increases, even if they were minor, 2.5% or 3% increases. But this year, as we're looking at, I think what we're coming in for this fiscal year, we will be drawing from our fund balance some to balance out the budget. And then looking ahead at next year, I believe, we believe we're also going to be budgeting. I mean, we're working through this process right now, but we will be dipping into our fund balance to help balance our budget there too. We are still going to be above our policy required fund balance percentage. Our policy only requires 10%. But we are shooting for anywhere between 15 and 17%. Currently, we're at about 17% for our fund balance. So, and that is our target rate. So, and really the reason we're asking for a 5% increase this year, I mean, over the past, definitely over the past 3 years, our hard costs mainly, if we're just looking at utilities like phone, cell phone, electric, natural gas, those costs have gone up, as you have probably seen here at the county as well, about 21%. Those costs have gone up. Now we have other costs too, that we didn't include before, which have also substantially increased over that time. But that's, really, the summary that I have for you. I know you have a lot going on today, so just wanted to keep it brief and just see if anybody has any questions.
I have one. So before the health department was flush with ARPA funds, as was the county for a period of time there, was there a typical amount of increase the health department would ask? Was it common for a 2% or a 3%, or is this 5% ask what was traditional or, done in the past prior to the ARPA funding?
Sure. And that's a really good question. So and I have a history of what local appropriations increases were, and I could share this with you or give you a copy if you'd like. I don't have a copy for everybody,
I
but
think it was in the
Was it in your
email.
packet?
It
was it in the email? Okay. Yeah. So just over the past 10 years, let's say 2014 was 3.27%, 2015 was 5.42, 2016, 5.37. And there was, I think 2017 was a 0. And then mainly a rate around 3% for the remainder of that time, going all the way through 2022.
Okay, thank you.
And then 23, 24, 25 were 0.
Those were all approved,
What?
those increases that you just cited for those years.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And you said your fund balance, your policy requires 10%?
It does. Yeah. It was brought down to 10% during the recession many years ago, the 2008, 2009, because just for that reason, just being able to have cash on hand to cover expenses and whatnot. So that is something, we have not adjusted. It's something that I've looked at, potentially as adjusting, maybe bringing that number up, because I know listening to our accountants, anywhere from, 15 to 20% is more in line with what it should be. So that's something that we're looking at.
What are you at now as a percentage?
Right now, we're at about 17%.
Okay.
And we anticipate that's going to fluctuate, somewhere between 15 and 17% for this. And Shelley's going to shout at me if I'm saying anything wrong. So
That hasn't been a criticism in your audit that you're below 15 or 17%?
no, go ahead.
Oh,
Right.
so they don't look at what gap might be, they look at your policy
Correct.
to make sure you're within your policy.
Correct. And then they give a recommendation, what they recommend it should be. And we've been within that recommendation.
And if I
recently.
could, just one more question. It's a modest, it's $13,000 or something like that.
Right.
If we weren't able to support that request, what adjustments would you have to make internally?
Well, looking at our projecting forward into this next fiscal year, I think there's going to be some adjustments that we're going to be making regardless. Of course, we are always going to be looking for efficiencies and just our everyday, costs and whatnot. Whether it's office supplies or, keeping really tight control of mileage costs or any of those things. Unfortunately, I think that, our hard costs are going to keep on rising, as inflation does and, as everything goes. But, we are constantly looking at our budget and seeing where we can, make appropriate, reductions when needed. But I can say that, and this is the way we've been, for many years. We had Dodie Putney, who was very conservative, and, we're lean, right? We're lean, but we're efficient and effective. So, we will continue that practice.
And I lied, I do have one other question. Are you making the same kind of request to Leelanau County,
Yes,
5%?
yes. Yeah, so I should have let off with that we did, ask the Board of Health. We presented this information to the Board of Health, at the last meeting in May. And they did approve the request, for both counties, of the 5%.
Are there any other questions for Dan? Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Julie.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
You want these back?
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect. All right, so we're gonna stay within the general fund, the white page with the pink lettering and pink lines. And I'm gonna have Michael Drager come up. As you know, Michael Drager is our new IT support specialist. He has rocked the position. Everyone loves Michael because he has done such a good job at helping folks with all of their technology needs. And so 101-228 is the department that he's gonna go over. In the past, I've went over this budget. However, we're gonna let Michael take a stab at it for his first time. But I'll fill in where needed. So 101-2 is technology. That's where the primary of the technology funds are budgeted within the different funds. Within the different funds, the jail, EMS and such, they do pay for a portion of the technology needs. We do the cost allocation among the funds. And then also those funds pay for their computers specifically, whereas the general fund is covering all the other computers and hardware for everyone else. So I will let Michael go through 101-228.
Yeah, you got about 6 pages in. The numbers aren't in sequence necessarily.
Is everybody there?
No, I need.
Oh, okay.
A number of these pages,
I know.
just saying.
So page 7 of the general fund.
Do you want me to just go line by line or?
Yeah, you can just
Okay.
start with contract or the office supplies.
Okay.
Seven from the front. Nobody looking at it.
All right, so I'm kind of looking at starting about halfway down in the office supplies area.
Give us one more second.
Thank you.
Got it.
There, she's there. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
In the office supply section, we're just looking at things like
Same
sticky
thing.
notes, flash drives, those types of expendable things. We use those and they kind of go bad and obviously things like that. So we budgeted $500 for that. Contracted services, part of that, I believe part of that is yep. So we budgeted for that one. That is my what we're looking to deploy or looking to share cost with Central Dispatches for asset management. Looking to go on board with their system that they've been using to track their radios, to track their internal computers. That was something that Corey and I had set up. Corey did a lot of the legwork, but we helped manage that. So we're looking to cost share that. Next, internet service, that's standard internet, right?
Mhm.
For the building, for both buildings, if I remember correctly.
Yep, so we have a contractual relationship with Merit and Merit charges us for internet. We charge them for use of space in our first floor. They won't allow us to just do a pass through. We pay them and they pay us. It's kind of silly, but that's how the contract is written. And so the reason that there's an increase from a couple of years ago is when we redid the sheriff's office area with the downstairs, we added more bandwidth between the buildings. It should have been there all along, the extra bandwidth. That's why there was delays in some instances. And so the cost is increased because we have additional bandwidth to serve the whole campus. Specifically, we've been with Merit since well before me for internet service.
It's an increase from what we actually spent, but it looks like it's budgeted the same as last year, right?
Yep.
So cellular phones, that is for my on-call department phone, and I also included in that is, I have a hotspot that's dedicated to the IT department. So if we have some kind of issue, I can still get to all of my services that are internet based. The other thing that we do is when I'm setting up a new computer that's gonna access the network remotely, I have to move them off of the network to make sure that that's actually connected. I use that for a lot of testing too for my end users. So that's what that is. So travel. So we occasionally need to go out to Benzie EMS stations or various places like that. So that's kind of a small amount there. Trainings in schools. So one of the things that I'm looking to get educated in or just have some training or it's actually a certification is for the VPN for the remote access, more specifically for the sheriff's department in that building. They have FBI CJIS requirements that their VPN has to be set up in a very specific way. That's been always managed by the vendor. That's the CAD vendor, the 911 CAD vendor that manages that for us. They're trying to get out of that ballgame. So we're looking to manage that internally, and I'd just like to be able to know how to do all of the things that I need to do to make sure that that stays up and running. Computer support, this is replacing computers, if I remember correctly?
No, so computer support, there's a note, you'll see it's BSNA, Duo, Microsoft, and Carhu.
Thank you.
So BSNA is our system that we use for all things accounts payable, general ledger and such. As you know, that is increasing when we roll out the cloud. Duo is the two-factor authentication all of you should be familiar with to get into your emails. We pay for that service. Microsoft is Microsoft. Microsoft did increase their cost. They also are subscription based now. We went through this last year where we used to be able to purchase a license and then we were good to go. Now everything is subscription based. So we have recurring costs for Microsoft. And then Carhu is Carhu, who supports Michael and supports the county on cybersecurity, as well as supports him on campus a couple of days a week as well. So Michael can take a vacation.
They're actually working on something right now for me because we're having a little issue in the courts with network connectivity. So they're working on it right now for me. Website support, that's pretty standard. That's the county website.
Mhm.
Equipment. So the equipment is where we'd see probably the largest change. And what we're trying to do is establish a good rotation of replacing computers. This is my computer replacement essentially fund or budget line. So we have a lot of computers that we've identified that are just aging out. They're getting slow, all of that stuff. So we're trying to put them on end users, so normal day-to-day users, on a 3 to 4 year replacement schedule. Keeps everything fresh and keeps everything running smoothly. But I've got computers out there right now that end users are using that are 6 and 7 years old. So we have it. I have my entire fleet in my maintenance pretty close. And moving in the right direction. We'd like to get at least, we have it split up amongst the next few years, kind of divvied out so they're equal. But we'd like to get at least the original amount done over. Some of them can't go to Windows 11. That's part of the issue. So that's a security thing. There's only a handful of those. But otherwise they're just that are old and need replaced.
And then the reason for the big bump, and it's a one-time big bump, is to purchase MDTs for the sheriff's office. You also saw in my email about the MDTs, assistance with the fire departments, replacing the MDTs as well. But the MDTs have to be replaced because they cannot go to Windows 11, which is then a security issue, which Michael said. And so the sheriff's office alone has 20 MDTs. EMS will have MDTs to replace as well. Those will be in their budget. Specifically, but that is why that's the biggest part of this bump is to replace those MDT devices for the sheriff's office.
So we have each individual department funding their computers. Are we having general fund funding?
So the general fund funds the majority, and then EMS funds their own, and the jail funds their own. Specifically, animal control would as well, but theirs I think are up to snuff if I remember correctly. So the general fund captures the majority because the majority of the devices used are general fund departments. But no, EMS and jail would be purchasing their own, as well as others, ACO, the likes. Oh, and registered deeds, with the exception of them, they have a technology fund as part of the registered deeds automation. And so their big fancy computers with all the touch screens and stuff, they pay for those too.
And you do have a note regarding the fire chief wanting assistance for these devices at other entities, and that is not in the budget.
Not at the current. So Chief Mike McGurr and Chief Steve Adams are here to make an official request and to answer any questions that the board may have related to that. The MDTs affects the fire departments, EMS, and the sheriff's office across the county. The last time they were purchased, the county assisted with the purchase of the devices as well as the docking stations and such for the various departments. My understanding is that the departments then paid the county back for certain elements of the whole kit and caboodle. So the docking stations specifically are one of the things. So all the MDTs are needing to be replaced, and that the biggest driver of that is Microsoft. Microsoft is saying you shall go to Windows 11 for security reasons and yada. The MDTs, and they can go into this much better than I can, but the MDTs, they access sensitive information. And so it's very important that these devices are, up to par, and they have the proper security measures and patches and all of those sorts of things. And so it really is important that these devices are being replaced for the sheriff's office and such. And so some of the fire departments are looking at maybe some funding issues. Some fire departments have already budgeted for the replacement of the devices. Commissioner Markey, his department has budgeted for it. I believe Elmira Township has also budgeted for it specifically, and maybe Inland.
Budgeted for the ones that they had purchased,
Yes.
but not the one the county.
Yes. So that should be made clear too, is the county only provided one. So Inland has more than one that they purchased on their own. So the fire chiefs are also here if you want to hear from them related to that purchase. It's not currently budgeted as presented because it is an extracurricular type purchase. That's why I'm leaving it to the Board of Commissioners to hear that out and decide whether or not they would like to fund the assistance.
But this technology upgrade, will that be reflected in our capital plan?
Technology, like the computer replacements?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were referring to the cloud.
No, so we don't have the computers on our capital plan. Our capital plan is typically $5,000 threshold and above. The asset management side of things, which she was talking about, that's where we're going to start tracking the individual computers, the towers, and those sorts of things. Right now, our capital plan is 5,000 or above threshold projects that we're planning for. Until we've gotten to this point, computers had never really been tracked. You'll recall the first year I was here, we purchased like 32 computers because they were so far out of whack and they weren't being tracked properly. We're getting closer and closer to that. Things are being tracked a lot more. You'll see that, I used to have a sticker on here that said property ID. And so that's part of that asset management piece that's within the technology budget, is to then track those in a system so that we're keeping track of all those better.
So even though as an aggregate, it's over $5,000, you look at it at $5,000 per event or per item.
Yes, because we could have a brand new computer we have to replace next month. And so it's, $1,500, not $5,000. So we're looking at the individual asset and we're tracking those separately from the bigger projects.
And I understand that Microsoft won't be supporting anything under 11, sometime starting in October.
Yeah, I believe it's October 14th.
And they're supposed to give us about a year's notice.
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean that the equipment's not functional. It just means that if you're having a problem with it, you're on your own.
Essentially what that means is that they don't provide any more security updates to it. So if somebody out in Cyberland finds out that you could compromise the computer by doing this special code, they're not going to fix that anymore. So it's very important for us. Number one, if we're talking about the sheriff's department specifically, for compliance, it's very important for us to maintain compliance, and the compliance requires that you're getting security updates. But I think it's a good policy to have kind of across the board, is make sure that we're getting security updates.
And as I understood it, the importance of going to this upgrade is that if you don't have it, there may be details like at a residence that you're getting ready to make a call on that you wouldn't normally have access to. If they had special circumstances, I won't get into that, but if they don't have the upgrade, they won't know that there's special circumstances at that property.
So essentially, yeah. So if if the first responder doesn't have that computer in front of them, there is some things that we're providing to them in auxiliary methods, right? Obviously, the radio is a very important one, but that's outside of the scope of this. They have, the first responders, mostly from the fire and EMS side, have the capability in case the CAD were to go down or to provide additional information through our Chief 360 system. So they are getting some, but it's not a complete picture. That's really why you want the computer in the vehicle to get all of the back history if you needed it, if you needed routing directions, all of that good stuff. So there is a significant value in having that tool in the car.
And if I could, a question other than the technology piece. I noticed that you got a pretty big bump in retirement, the county share retirement. What happened there?
So that is because Michael moved from dispatch to the general fund. So I had to move his retirement share to the general fund. So that's why you're seeing that big change there. We initially budgeted it just anticipating a new person coming on staff. And that new person would then be into the DC plan. Michael's in a DB plan. So those are a little different. Those amounts we pay based on a flat rate. Those flat rates are determined by the overall liability of that division divided by how many people are actually paying into that division. And so that's why you see the big change is because we moved an existing DB into here, and we had originally budgeted for a DC because we didn't know if it was going to be an internal person or an external person.
And when did you come into our new technology department?
That would have been November of 24. Yep.
Right. It was after the start of the fiscal year.
Right.
Yep.
And that's reflected in this year's expenses, that it was not a full year.
Correct. Yes.
As the body that has oversight over the budget, I think we would be remiss if we didn't point out that this is, the budget from 3 years ago for technology at the county is 6 times now what it was. And I hope that the tax advisory committee, I hope this is a topic of conversation when you're all meeting, because it's one of the areas in my reviewing all the documents that we've had a necessary jump, of course, because our technology was lacking.
It was suffering.
It was
Yes,
suffering,
absolutely.
yeah, and the position that you filled is something that we needed, but it is a significant area that has seen a significant jump.
It has definitely seen a significant jump. But I'm very happy that we've done what we did because it's saved us a couple of times, majorly. You'll recall you were at the conference when Michael and I presented on cybersecurity and technology to the Michigan Associations of Counties. And, we were the lucky one compared to some of our neighbors who are touch Benzie County. So it was a smart investment on our part because we've been able to really protect our little filing cabinet of things.
So would you say this number that we're looking at for 25-26, Michael, does that reflect, are we there? Are these the changes? And then we'll just be looking at incremental increases for, the average increases that have to happen? Are there significant changes that still need to be made?
So I know that we are in the middle of doing a lot of modernization, and a lot of modernization means moving things away from your on-premise data centers, I would call them, into the cloud. So I think we'll see a change in what the different line items will be. We'll probably have a higher contracted services. The equipment side, I would say we're probably right in the ballpark. Just because it's a little bit higher this year than what I would expect for next budget year because the MDTs for the sheriff's department are so expensive. So I think next year that'll probably go down a little bit because we won't have that significant expenditure. But I think we're probably right in the ballpark, to be honest with you.
We'll have a replacement in the future.
Yeah.
Over
And that-
time is not really going to go down.
Right. And that's part of that asset management is to help us plan out those replacements so that we're prepared for the server replacement at $18,000 versus oh gosh, now we got to replace the server. Where does that
Right.
come from?
Mhm.
Right.
So it'll allow us to prepare for those long term. But like Michael said, as we move to the cloud, that has its own, benefits, but it also has its own challenges as well. The more you have in the cloud, the more space you're paying for at the end of the day. But that's then when we get into the point of, you know, being really strict about our record retention and what we're maintaining and what we're not maintaining. Some departments have permanent records while others don't have permanent records. And so we need to be diligent as a county to make sure that we're only maintaining the records that make sense and that are required to be maintained. So we're not just filling up that cloud and then paying for more and more and more.
We were kind of caught flat-footed on servers here a few years back. I mean,
Yeah, we
big
did
time.
like 6 in 1 year, unfortunately. And yeah.
So that's one of the things, especially as we're talking about BSNA, right? As we move to the BSNA cloud, that's not a physical server that we have to replace anymore on site here. So that's, I guess I would say capital that we don't have to do anymore. We're sort of translating that into a monthly payment. So it's a little bit more,
Skyrocket their costs like they just did.
Right. right?
Right, well, because this cost isn't for the cloud when it's listed here. So next year, that'll be going up.
So that's so yeah, so we're paying for the project out of the other funds, the tax administration funds, which Kelly and I will go through in a little while. And then we're not actually charged the annual fee until the following fiscal year. And so that is reflective of what we pay now for BSNA out of the general fund. The other funds do pay for portions as well. We did communicate with BSNA Dominic, who will be here July 8th to talk to you guys about why the increase and what that increase means and those sorts of things. And he did make it clear to me when I asked that we will not be charged the annual fee of the .NET, which we have now, plus the annual fee of the cloud. It'll be prorated based on when we actually transition.
Does anybody have any other questions? Gregor?
Michael, how many servers do we actually have here on?
So that's an interesting question. So physical servers, right? We have 4
Virtual servers?
virtual servers. Underneath that, we have, I'm gonna say 6, but it might be 7 here at the county building. At the sheriff's department, another 4 physical servers. Virtualized servers underneath that is going to be another 6 or so.
Is there plans to reduce that number in the future?
So as we move forward, right, so very specifically BSNA, once that happens, that physical server will go away. There are certain things that we still want to have internally, even if we migrate entirely, for instance. We wanted to go to OneDrive and move all of our shares, right, our K drives and things like that, into the cloud. I would still argue that we need to have a backup of that located here on site. The cloud isn't available, something happens to Microsoft and they're down, we'd still like to be able to have those files accessible to us, right? So I think that there's some things that we can move away from, but I would still argue that we still need to have some.
I was gonna argue that we still need to have some too.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Did I understand you correctly when you said budget you're presenting to us now probably looks similar next year?
I think so. I think the line items are going to change as far as how much is allocated to which one. So for instance, the equipment line item budgeting for or requesting 113,000, that'll probably go down because we won't have a big portion of that is the replacement computers for the sheriff's department. Those are so expensive. So that'll go down, but as we move again towards other online services, the online services will probably go up.
Yeah, so this isn't really an anomaly or a spike. This is something we should look towards each year.
I think so.
Because it looks to me like you're about a 30% increase.
That could be.
Yeah. And how often, ideally, how often would we be replacing computers going forward?
Yep. So I'm working towards a 3 to 4 year replacement schedule. That keeps everything nice and fresh, keeps the processors up to date, all of that good stuff. If it's a public kiosk or something that's used infrequently, we can stretch that out a little bit longer, into that 5-year range.
What's the consequences if we're not able to approve a 30% increase? What adjustments would you have to make here?
So the big expenditure obviously would be the equipment. I think that's probably, correct me if I'm wrong, where the significant increase is. That essentially means I can't replace computers. Some of them, I should be able to make work, right? Get them upgraded to Windows 11. But then you're still kind of dealing with slow, even though it's within compliance or within they're still getting their security patches. We're looking at an efficiency problem in I go to launch my program, I go to open a Word document, just kind of waiting, and then it opens, those types of things.
But in practice, we could phase that in over a couple of years.
So we could, other than,
I'll
other
take-
than, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So you did that before, and then in 2021, when I got here, we had to purchase 32 computers because we had so many people with computers that had crashed and other things. So you have to be really careful the game you're playing with extending out. You can extend a year, maybe two, but you take the risk of it crashing, and now you have an immediate purchase you need to make now and figure out where that money's coming from. So potentially there's some you could squeak out an extra year or two, but you really, I mean, we're on these computers day in and day out. Many of us are now taking them home and using them on the weekends too, to get work done. You really are jeopardizing the risk of then somebody's computer crashing and we don't have a backup, and it takes 3 weeks to get a new computer because you can't just go to Best Buy.
And by the way, from a personal experience, I just upgraded to 11. My God, the speed was unbelievable. How fast it, quickly
Yeah.
it changed.
So
The
if
operating
the,
system is the computer.
yeah.
Did you say it was a user?
It's not. No.
What you heard, somebody said.
So the other thing too, if it's not purchased, you know, the sheriff's office are still going to get the MDTs. We have to. It's a compliance issue with CGIS and other things. They can't do their job without those computers being in compliance. So the MDTs are still going to happen. We're still going to replace the firewall because the firewall is like the protection, the first line defense of our network. We have to do that. It's going to be your end users that use them day in and day out that are going to be the ones that suffer.
So the other thing too is that, we're not replacing every computer this year. I have them sort of broken out into different years, right, based on how old they are. So what we're replacing this year is sort of the oldest one, right? And then next year we'll have a new cycle of replacement computers. And then I have it, I think 4 years out, sort of split up
Okay.
more or less evenly amongst the years.
Do you have that schedule documented somewhere?
I do, I can get that for you.
I don't need it.
I
I'm just
think
thinking if somebody had to follow in behind you.
I provided it to you in that email.
I
Okay.
saw it.
How many sheriff computers is it again?
I think we budgeted for 20.
20
20,
MDTs.
and those are $5,000 a piece.
So the
What
ones that
we
we
got
were,
price for.
so the ones for the fire and EMS are a little bit higher price
Okay,
because they're a little bit more capable. I don't want to say capable, but they're detachable. So you can
Right.
take the screen off, leave the keyboard in. They're a little different, right? The ones in the patrol cars are a little bit more traditional laptop
Okay.
style. They're still a little more rugged than a traditional Dell laptop.
right,
But I would say they're different.
okay, but that's still the majority of this cost.
Exactly.
those.
It was about 70 grand. So about
Yeah.
$3,500 per computer is what we're looking at. Times 20 is about $70,000.
Yeah.
I will note as well too, I worked with the sheriff's office and we are doing more of a dock situation with the sheriff's office computers. It used to be that we maintained desktops within the office and then they had their computers in the car. We are doing a docking situation more times than not too. So we were able to shrink down that number of actual desk computers we need to replace because they're taking their computer out of their car and docking it in the office and then using it versus having two separate devices. There is still some situations where there's two because it makes sense, but we did try to shrink that number down so there are less to replace as we go through that schedule.
Are there other questions for Michael?
You bet. Anytime.
We do have 2 fire chiefs attending who I think want to address the board. If nobody's opposed to them approaching, I'm gonna invite them up to say what they'd like to say.
Absolutely.
Fire Chiefs McGurr and Adams, come to the podium.
I told you this may happen.
Yeah. Chief Adams, Benzonia Township. Yeah, just wanted to kind of, I guess, get our foot in the door and see the planning and the things for the budgeting process. We had a conversation with Katie and trying to come up with a working together solution for the MDTs and stuff like that, and the logistics of it all, of being county owned, county supplied versus our individual townships, things like that, and trying to get it to work together. So that's what I guess we'd appreciate, and see what we can come up with as far as into the future here, and see what we can do. I guess, I'm not a computer guru, but if you have any questions or anything, I guess at this time, can try to answer something.
So from my understanding in the conversations I've had with some other folks, fire chiefs and such, when looking at it from all the fire groups that are within Benzie County, is it the two of you primarily that would need assistance in purchasing the devices? Or is it every fire agency or what kind of request are we looking at specifically?
Well, I guess at first, yeah, we were trying to get everyone together, all the departments, because that's what had kind of been done in the past. And just seeing how we could work through that. So, I guess that's the biggest answer. I mean, I think the department, some of them can absorb that cost and some of them probably can't. But, and the other thing that came up was the logistics of county owned versus, the townships owning, them as well. So, and how that would all be worked out. I know you suggested some, agreements type
Yep.
thing, to kind of help work that out as well. So it's just a process that we haven't been through yet. So we just need to see how we're going to do this and how we're going to fund this, to get it all complete.
Michael, how much would the individual computers be for the departments? What is kind of the rough cost that you guys were looking at?
I would wager, we know that they're gonna be more expensive than the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department's that $3,500 about. I would wager to the 4,500 to 5. Maybe you have a little bit more insight.
Yeah, I don't have it with me, but Chief Post had given us, I think it was just over 5,000 for the Tough Book.
Sure.
And then to go with a different computer and switching out the mounts was actually more to go with a cheaper computer.
Right.
So
Sure.
And then Commissioner Markey, I know that you had budgeted for Homestead Township. What cost did you look at for yours?
Well, I was gonna get two, not one,
Right, I'm just.
but I was
looking at what-
planning on having one not being rugged where one is. So I estimated about $8,000 for the two.
So based on that, $5-ish thousand. So last time the county purchased everything, but the townships, with the exception of Thompsonville, reimbursed the county for the docking and the ancillary things. They had to reimburse the county for those costs. It was just the device itself that the county then paid for. The county's also paying the ongoing connection for these devices. So they have to access the network and they have to with the Wi-Fi, I believe.
Cellular modem.
Cellular modem, there you go. So the county is still paying those ongoing costs for this service as well.
And the
Um,
VPN connection.
And the VPN connection, thank you. But so that's why I was trying to ask, which fire departments have already budgeted or have the means and which ones don't? Is this a request for every department or is this just the request for the two that are here? So that's what I was trying to figure out.
Well, it'd be hard to do it for two, but and not all of them.
Right.
Steve, question for you. Couple of questions. Do you have a special millage for fire?
We do.
And do you know what kind of surplus you currently have?
Not right offhand, no.
That'd be helpful information to contemplate the request.
Okay.
And also whatever the surplus is for the general fund at the township.
So if the county were to support one per department, $30-ish thousand would be the request. And that's providing anything additional the townships would have to purchase. If the county is unable to make that $30,000 request, maybe it's a portion of the request to offset what the departments have to pay, or what have you. I'm just trying to give you different options, but 30-ish thousand would be all the departments.
So was there any conversation when these devices were initially provided to the entities? Because, quite frankly, the townships and villages are usually autonomous, not supported by the county. Is it customary for the county to provide equipment like this? Or counties to provide equipment like this? Or was there any kind of understanding when this was done initially that it wouldn't be the model going forward, or was it not discussed?
So a lot of that all that discussion was pre-Katie. When that happened, based on conversations with Rebecca Hubers and such, her understanding was that this was a one-time assistance to the fire association or the fire groups. I did poll the counties through my listserv, and over a dozen of them did respond. It is not customary for the counties to purchase these sorts of devices. Now, radios are provided with other dispatch funds and such, but not MDTs. The counties where it was provided, there was special millages or authorities within those counties, so then they had the money to provide it, right? They have a millage for a countywide system, and so the county's purchasing the devices. But then most of the other counties is no, it's up to the fire groups to purchase those devices and then work with the county to connect to the system itself. But as far as the historical conversation, the folks that were here then could give some background. I wasn't here.
You remember, Steve, when those was,
Yeah,
yeah?
it was kind of when the changeover of the 800 system from the VHF and the MDTs, and it was something that we didn't have before as well. So it was our first step into that type of opportunity to have and things and the dispatch. As I remember the radios in for our portables and mobiles, that was through an AFG grant through the Assistance to Firefighters grant that we ended up getting and purchased those type of radios. And then the CAD system came out after that. And then, so that was through the county, okay, to kind of help back and forth. As you know, and as you see, technology is getting very expensive, and with the radios and mobiles and things like this, you know, we just got to try to work together and keeping what we have, and or we're going to get you know, behind and start suffering in that aspect. So that's the way I kind of remember it is happening then. So, and I think that was what, 2017, 2018, somewhere in there, that the radios. So they're about going to be due as well. So.
And just to piggyback off Art's question, Mike, you have a fire millage as well, correct? Yes. And is that combined? You cover two areas or just one?
We covered.
Two townships, right? Okay.
And so no matter how we move forward, whether it's the county assisting or not, either way, we're going to work with the townships to look at, you know, computer management sort of agreements. There aren't agreements in place right now. And many of the townships are utilizing these devices for items outside of the CAD purpose. And so we do need to make sure there's some sort of mobile device management agreements in place so that Michael can ensure that the computers are up to date and the patches are being properly applied so that we're not compromising our network on the other side of things. So no matter what, we'll be working closer with the fire departments and their townships to ensure that we're meeting all those cybersecurity and all those network needs. This is something that Commissioner Markey had even brought up about we need to make sure that we have these things in place. So no matter how we move forward, we will be working with the townships to put those safety measures in place as well.
On its very basic level, if townships weren't to patch the equipment that they have, they leave us vulnerable at the county, correct?
That's correct.
And the data that the fire departments access is
Protected.
dispatches data, and that there's certain requirements that we're gonna have to meet in order to do that. And that's where Michael is gonna come in. He's gonna have to make sure that all the computers that do go into CAD are up to date and have all the necessary patches that is required by the vendor for the state of Michigan.
So Michael's time will be spent on these devices, period.
Who has administrative access to those computers too. Gonna be a dual role. If the townships own the computers, then they're gonna want administrative rights to them. So we're gonna have to have dual anyway.
There will be agreements.
Yes, definitely. There should have been all along.
There should have been anyways with the townships using county assets.
Right. Well, and they're utilizing for things outside of that county source or resource too. So there should have been that sort of agreement in place all along. Now, the ones that they're purchasing on their own maybe are a little different. But yeah, if they're going to be accessing the county network, we have to protect our network. And so we'll have to make sure those things are in place, especially because there's, you know, sometimes there could be PHI, protective health information that comes across those computers. And nobody wants to get involved in a HIPAA violation. Trust me.
Are there any other questions for the fire chiefs?
I had a couple, guys answered them. How long before this came about did the fire departments know that this was gonna come about?
Well, there's been argument about that, about when the Fire Chiefs Association was notified or when it was talked about or what have you. My understanding is it's been talked about central dispatch and their funding, shortages, happening along the way, but then it was 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago that there was like an official email sent saying this is how it's gonna be. But my understanding is it's been brought up over time longer than that.
So all along dispatch made it sound like they were gonna buy them, but I'm
No.
a little confused on some of this, cause we're hearing a lot of different stories
Mm-hmm.
and, if the townships own them, I don't know, Michael's gonna have to take care of the fact that they're all gonna work together somehow.
Right.
But will there be an issue somewhere?
What do you mean?
Well, the township owns it, we wanna do something differently, or just thinking out, trying to think outside the box.
Well, and that's where these agreements are coming into play because many of the townships they're already using the devices for other things. And so that's where we have to have these agreements in place that the township is saying, we are gonna do X, Y, and Z and not do A, B, C, so that we're not compromising the county's network and compliance issues at the county. So that's where those agreements are gonna come into place. And that says if they're going to be doing word processing, well, they're not going to click on these fancy links over here because they may be spam, that sort of.
But you're looking at basically one computer per.
So it's my understanding is it was one per entity in the past, but somehow Elmira got two. And I don't know if Elmira paid for the second one at that time. No, they
No,
did
that
not.
was, one was for fire, one was for the EMS.
There you go.
Yeah.
But now they're combined.
Cause Thompsonville just. For grant purposes, combined fire and EMS,
Right.
so. They only had one, correct?
Yes.
Fire department had one.
They had two there too.
But the county didn't purchase the second one though, right?
Oh, yes, they did.
They did?
It was because of two different agencies, the way I understood
So
it.
I didn't know that.
Just a little, just trying to get clear.
Okay.
Right.
All right, thank you. Okay, gentlemen, thanks.
All right, thank you, guys. Looking forward to getting a solution. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
Thanks, dude.
appreciate it.
And I do
Thanks
have
for
one
coming.
question that
Sure.
relates to the fire chiefs. At what point do you see we're gonna have to add additional staff to IT?
Yesterday?
I
So
saw
when we-
that 4 years ago.
Well, you told me 2 or 3 years ago, and you're much more knowledgeable than I am. You thought we could have probably started out with 2 or 3 people.
Yes.
But I think that's important for us to consider too, when we're doing our budgeting. When you said it would be flat or it's kind of flat in the next couple of years, I don't know does that mean that we're more than 3 years out? I just know that our dependency on technology is growing.
Mhm.
And we have a wide division among our staffs about knowledge level. So you have some people that are calling you up saying, my computer's not on this morning. Well, if you turn it on, it would be. To something much more complex. I get that. It's nagging at me a little bit about where are we going with this long term? And long term for me is 3 years.
Yeah, so we were with the contract we have with Carhu, we were able to negotiate with them to have Sophia here 2 to 3 days a week on a constant, and then she fills in when Michael's gone so that he has reprieve. So that's part of that contract. But I don't know if that's gonna be the same contract always, right? Carhu is its own business. They're growing. They've taken on other, vendors or I guess clients. But right now that's the sweet deal we have. But if they're unable to provide a person here a couple of days a week, that then is all falling to Michael. And so, yeah, I would say 3 years is probably, at least 3 years. We'll probably need at least that second person. 2 to 3 years.
I know it doesn't affect what we're doing today, but
It's good to keep in mind, I
Yep.
think.
Very good. We ready to move on to the next?
I think so.
Where do
Thanks,
you want us
Michael.
to go? Thank you,
Thank you,
Michael.
guys. So we will move on to district probate court, so these lovely ladies can get out of here. That's within the general fund as well, and so the reason that they're here today, and you guys don't really have to go over your budget unless you would like to, but Kim, our lovely Kim, is retiring. She's saying bye-bye to Benzie County after 30+ years. But to ensure a smooth transition, because there's a lot of history and knowledge there, the district probate court is looking at maintaining Kim on 2 to 3 months into the next fiscal year, but still bringing on that new court administrator. So that's about a $15,000 ask. And I did budget that to ensure a smooth transition, but it is above and beyond and different. So that's why it's coming before you today.
Is that under circuit court?
So nope, district. So 101,
Nope.
289,
Say that again, please.
101, 289,
Let me hear what she has to say. What is it?
101, 289, page 3,
Thank you.
286.
286.
286, sorry.
Got it. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
So on page 3 is the revenue side of things. And you'll notice that the revenue is really high, and that's because of the reimbursement for the judge from the state. And then you get down into 286 further down. And so within wages, which is 101, 286, 702, I did budget in that 15 thousand dollars to keep him on through December. So that's what that looks like. If you say no to this, it just means that we can't hire that new court administrator position as of 10/1. It would be that, 2-ish week transition is all it would be, because Kim would then be retired before you're bringing on that person into the office.
What's the reason for wanting to hire early, just so
Because
you can train her?
yeah, that's
person?
a big part of it. I mean, Kim's been here 30+ years. And so, to walk away and say, good luck. I mean, if we're able to maintain Kim for
I
a
see
couple
her
of
doing
months,
that.
it helps ensure the smooth transition of that office. I will say too, with the move of Lisa from her probation position to the magistrate position, that position has not been filled. So there are wage dollars coming back to the general fund as of this fiscal year, because that position wasn't filled for such a period of time. They were making do. So there was, this fiscal year, there's a savings per se. And so they're hoping to not go through that again. And that's why keeping him on for those extra months for that smooth transition is the
This
request.
job will be hired internally.
That'll be up to the judge.
What line item am I looking at in this request?
So 101, 286, 702 is their wage line. And within that 702, within that wage number is an additional $15,000. So you'll look, it goes from 519,000 to 547,000 for wages. That's factoring in that extra.
That's including
Oh, here it is.
increases too.
Correct.
101,286.
702.
101, 286.
And then I stop at
That's the-
687.
So you're on the revenue side, so keep going
You're paying-
and you got to get to the expenditures.
Their revenue.
So go a few more pages. So the general ledger does not allow me to print unless I do every department individually. It won't allow me to print revenue expenditure, revenue expenditure, revenue expenditure. It's all the revenues and then all the expenditures per fund.
I'd just like to add to,
It's the 8th page from the back.
like Katie had mentioned, we hadn't filled the magistrate position for 6 months, so there's quite a bit of saving. Not saving, but
286.
not used money.
Got this.
And then with the probation officer
Right.
not studying
Okay.
from April to the
Nope.
period there hasn't. I mean,
Hey,
they could work,
gotta
we are
work.
so overwhelmed and swamped
How
right
did you
now.
find
We were
that so
asked
quick?
I don't know.
to
Let's see the-
utilize those funds this year. We're doing tons of webinars. They're changing our software programs. We're trying to migrate all the information from years back on JMS cases to this JIS. It has been taking up so much of our time, especially
Lisa and Kim's, who is familiar with the JMS district court stuff. The state has just been really pushing us. They have hard time just keeping up with the daily stuff. So that's why if I'm around, help at the window, doing files, getting this straight up, they want us to go live by August, September. I don't see it happening. We got to be on board with Manistee too. They're doing it at the same time. It's a big task and I can be here to help get that through. We get a new person in doing the criminal in the front. I can still float around too, but I'm there if anything happens, which is going to. I can just, I know this is gonna happen. And I feel really bad putting this on the spot and I don't want to go on a bad waiver either, you know, I'm here to help. That's what I want to be. And we're barely gonna get by the way it is. I can tell you that right now. It's gonna be hard.
And this isn't on you. This is actually a pretty common practice in business when you're able to have a transition, particularly at somebody that's at a management level. Just a function of, you know, among all the other requests, can we afford it? That's all.
And that's what I'm trying to do now too, is getting Lisa on board, but she's still doing probation and she's still doing learning her magistrate position, but now she's on call. She's got thrown into this too. But she's taking webinar classes that are mandatory for the magistrate. We're trying to keep the probation going. We're trying to do the magistrate, trying to get the criminal going and keeping what the state is requiring us to do. We're doing it. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, they asked us 2 weeks ago to have something done and we're able to pull it out of our socks and get it done probably a day later, but the girls stepped up and did it. But that's all of us coming together again. That's what we're doing. I'm trying to teach as we go here. We're trying to take notes. I'm trying to put notes and books together so it's available. But they're changing the laws on us constantly, and that's why I'm going. You know, technology, you know, I can record, I can go in there and record. I did it on cassette tapes. I was telling the girls, it was cassette tapes back in the day. We didn't have the cloud. We were looking for old reel-to-reels last week in the basement for a transcript and stuff. But you get me into this Zoom stuff now and I'm gone. I tell the girls, set me up, I'll do the keying in and I can go from there, but it's taking a lot of toll on us. We're tired, we're overwhelmed, everybody is. No fact, you know, but we're doing 2 jobs each person. And then we're like, oh no, we all got to be able to do what we're doing. So we're trying to have everybody on board, even just with the webinars. I think Amanda had one every single day with the recording, the GIS. You had 4 and they were 3 hours long. They were 3 hours long. So we know they're recording them and we're like, okay, there was one that she couldn't even, last hour or something it was maybe. They're recording them, but now it's trying to find time to do it, no? So we're doing good, we're managing, we're still civil to each other at this point. It's just overwhelming. We're getting our butts handed to us. So this is why I'd like to try putting this in the budget. Really appreciate it. The girls would appreciate it.
Kim, what does it look like if we can't fund this request? What does that transition look like otherwise?
It would be the 2 weeks of December. I'm retiring the 31st. They say to do at the end. So I'm retiring the 31st of December. We've got the holidays there, which is right. We got one gal that's already gonna be gone for 2 weeks on a vacation around that time. And one girl gone last November. So it's gonna have everybody together to get this accomplished.
Does anything happen at the end of a calendar year in your area of responsibility that maybe you're trying to close something out
Oh, yeah.
that may not occur in other departments, but it's unique to that?
State reports, there's quarterly report, there's monthly reports, and then there's annual report. And so the one that's coming up in July is going to be a caseload report for both courts. Again, though, they asked for a full annual one at the end of the year. So that's what I want to get in line too for November and December, is at least make sure all those caseloads are up to date, everything's looking good. And then when they do reporting in January, when it's due January 31st, it's gonna go smooth. You know, it's gonna be a lot for someone to come in and see how to do these caseload reports. That's why we're trying to have the software implemented so that we can push a button. You still have to have someone review it. Now, on circuit court too, this is another thing we did not ask this year, but I know circuit court, which is gonna be a huge benefit. I asked for about 4 years ago. It's RTT, I think it's called RTD. It's recording for the transcripts. Still have to have someone certified, you still have to have someone look at it. But we couldn't do it 3 years ago because the microphones for each defendant, plaintiff, witness, and court couldn't be deciphered. They now have a program. I was so tickled. They have a program now that can do that. They can distinguish the computers who's speaking into what. You're gonna see this technology coming, and it's gonna, the courts are, hopefully with this, what is it called? Tell me. They're gonna have the state paying for a lot of this,
Oh,
hopefully.
yeah,
Yeah.
the trial court
Yes,
funding.
the trial court funding. Hopefully, that's gonna be a
Big hope,
big hope.
I've heard.
But they're gonna demand it, and then what are we gonna do? You know, if they're gonna say this is mandated, this is required, they're not gonna pay for it. Here we go. The county's gonna have to do it. It's not fair. I agree, but
You've got year-end calendar reporting that might be unique from other departments.
yes,
And,
definitely.
and your association, do they provide any type of tutorials or mentorship for new people coming into these jobs?
They do. Matter of fact, I was one that's gone on a few of them, like with Manistee, I think Ludington. I took time and went down there and trained. That was a while back. Our association does have a conference in October. If we get someone hired, we can send them, you know, to that. And it's got different, like a cafeteria plan. The ins and outs of court. Now, this one is just probate. There's gonna be a court administrator one in October as well. The probate one, I think, is in mid or late, and the court administrator one is at the beginning of October. I think it's in October. I'm sure of that. And then, so there's gonna be two of them, the court administrator one, and then there'll be a probate one. So yes, again, it's in October. So if we get someone on board, I can get them to those conferences. I can still be here getting the work done.
But we'd still have the additional expense if you brought somebody in October. In fact, potentially more, it'd be more costly.
15,000? And if we could, I mean,
Oh, is this anticipating that someone would be on board for 90 days?
yes,
I got you. And if you don't mind, Tammy, how does that, if we couldn't fund this, how does that affect your responsibilities?
On him being there,
Yeah,
it wouldn't affect mine.
She's circuit court, their district probate.
okay.
totally separate.
Katie, noticing for the district court, overall, looks like they have a reduction in their budget versus,
So that I forgot a zero. I just fixed it on the digital version in retirement. If you look at retirement, I missed
Okay.
a zero.
So yeah, I don't know how much money is being put back into the pot, and I know that probably doesn't make it better for us, but where we have not spent that money for the magistrate and probation officer this year, that is extra money that could be going to the general fund to help assist. If there's any way we can get 15,000 out of it, it would be very, we should.
The other thing too is Kim is on a very lucrative DB plan. And so that payment's gonna go away in the annual budget because the DC plan, the county pays less for. So there will be
And the
that
additional
reduction.
3 months is insignificant in the
Grand scheme.
Kim's retirement payout in the grand scheme for that additional 90 days.
Yeah.
I think I'm one of very few that's on the DB, are we? Or-
Well, and you're on one of the oldest DBs, which is the better of the
The time
DBs.
to the day is one of the elements of that equation, right?
Nice. to
When you
stay
work it
on
out, it's years served, but it's years served to the day.
Yeah, so it's
Not
by
just
month.
the
So we report
multiplier
service
divided
credit by
by-
month. Yep.
And see, at 32 years, it's only 80% though.
Yeah.
After how many years? I'm sorry.
32.
It's
not
only
36.
80%. So and she's been here forever.
I've,
So
I could retire, but then I get penalized 0.5% from my 60th birthday.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. It's crazy. So
it's Kim's to a point though that it's not necessarily benefiting her as much as it could be for staying as long as she is. It's not benefiting her retirement like it could
Thank you for
be.
being willing to.
yeah.
So Katie, under retirement county share is 286,724.
Yeah.
It goes from a budget of 53,000 to 5,300.
I missed a zero. I just,
Oh, that's the one you missed the zero on. And that changes. So that
Changes
that
the
fund is
dynamic.
actually increasing by 25,000, not decreasing by 22.
well, and some of that though is the judge. So the state says the
Yeah.
judges get 5%, not 3% like what we're doing for everybody else. And when you tack 5% on
What? I'm just-
$130,000, that's a lot of money.
And then we
So-
get that reimbursed from the state at least.
Yes.
Portion of that.
Portion of that comes back to us.
Talked about them. JIS, how they have to have all this work out. You do because they made us switch. But. During an election. The dates that you had to meet these dates and then they just switched. We could not say, can we put it off? We cannot say we don't have time. You have to work. All you have to work to get it ready to switch because at that date, they're cutting off.
They got like 9 people dictating to us in different directions of what we have to do. And we got girls working.
Mhm.
9 people saying, okay, you got to do this, you got to do this. Number 1 will say you have to do this. Number 2 will say you have to do this. They're not communicating. We do one meeting every other week, and then they have webinars in between that and getting dictated what they have to get with these codes, it's just, we weren't anticipating this, and it couldn't have been worse doing this in the summer too, it's just, I've never experienced anything so, in my entire years here. Again, though, that's technology. Technology is bringing this forward. When we get it, I think it's gonna be great. Lisa even said, once we get there, we may just be wiping the sweat off our brow and it's gonna do us wonders. Yeah, it's getting that information from all these years back, even before I started, and trying to divulge that information and put it into the new system.
Very good. Another
I
question?
it's really more of a comment. The opportunity here in order to meet this request is that this is not a reoccurring expense. So we could be looking at, surplus
Mhm.
to fund it. If it was like, I'm getting an increase in pay at 15,000 and this would be reoccurring, it'd be different.
And the value of a seamless transition is
Yeah.
important too.
It's
Either.
Right.
exactly.
Thank
But
you,
thank
Kim.
you.
Yeah. Okay, that's district court. Where do you want to go next, Katie?
Sarah, do you wanna? Sure. So Sarah will come up. She's also within the general fund, 101,296. So the reason
Bottom
that's,
of the same page.
I'm on the same page,
The
yeah.
next page.
look at that. So most of Sarah's really is flat. There's not a lot of changes in there. We're budgeting for an intern like we do just about every single year, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that would be different, and it is budgeted, is for on-call pay. And so I'll let Sarah go into that. I believe I also included her handouts within the email that were sent to you too. And so I'll let her go into that. And it is factored in specifically. So I'll let Sarah take it away.
I'm asking it kind of as a per diem, that when we're asked to be on call, that we're compensated for that. It has changed since I started here. When I first was prosecutor, I was pretty much on call just by myself 24/7, which was fine. But things have changed. We used to so if somebody is arrested, they can only sit in jail for 48 hours before they have to be arraigned. So if somebody's arrested Friday after 5 o'clock, we have to come in, if it's a felony, domestic, something like that, we have to come in on Sunday and do an arraignment. If it's a 3-day weekend, we have to come in and if they're arrested anytime on the Friday or Monday, whatever it might be. If it's a holiday, same thing. The 48 hours always. So when we have 4-day holidays or 3-day weekends, the likelihood of us coming in goes up significantly. We also take calls from all our law enforcement agencies 24/7. One of us is on call. We have an on-call cell phone that we pass around and we share. So I'm not sure if everyone's aware of that or not. So the police, we are available to the police 24/7. Would like to think that by offering that, we have saved the county a lot of money in lawsuits by giving them good legal advice in the middle of the night when they couldn't get it from anybody else. And so my predecessor, which was now over 12 years ago, he did not take calls. So gradually over time, I can say the volume of calls we take has gone up significantly because our deputies now all know that that's available to them. So there has been an increase. We're getting calls at 2, 3 a.m. quite frequently. The other change that has happened is, and I started by talking about this, but I wanted to give a little background first. Previously, we had a different magistrate and she did things differently. We would just show up, if we had to charge somebody over the weekend, we just show up, do the paperwork, because the case can't get rolling without us. We have to do the paperwork. They can't skip us in the process. And we drop it off and they do the arraignment whenever. Now that we've brought in the public defender system, things have changed. Now we do a whole formal arraignment and we're all here for it. And they're on Sundays at 10 o'clock. So we kind of need to plan our day around it, that we have to be available Sundays at 10 o'clock in case somebody is arrested. And then for whatever reason, it fell upon us to be the ones responsible for arranging this arraignment. So if somebody's arrested, we get the police report. So we got to call up to dispatch, figure out who's the one who made the arrest, call the officer, get the police report. Then we come in, we type everything up, we get it to the public defender. So we have to figure out which public defender's on call, let them know. So we get them the police report, we get them the charging document, and then we're also in contact with the courts. And then we also have to call up to the jail and get the defendant down here for the arraignment. So it's actually become quite a big process since we've switched to the public defender system from the old days of me just doing the paperwork and dropping it off. So what I'm asking is, this is a trend across the state. A lot of counties are now starting to compensate their prosecutors for this time. Instead of a salary increase or anything, it's like a per diem. We're doing some extra work, and so we're gonna get paid for it. Another area I can say that in this trend, I don't know, you guys will probably get to this at some point, the jail. I don't know where you're going with that, but since we haven't had a jail lieutenant, I can say jail has been calling us a lot more with questions because I don't think they know who to turn to. So we've had a pretty big increase in people that work at the jail calling us for legal advice on the weekends and after hours and during regular hours. So anyways, that's what we're asking for. I don't think it's not a significant amount of money. I've also saved money in my budget elsewhere. I can say going paperless has impacted our office supply budget in ways I actually wouldn't have imagined. We hardly use any office supplies anymore.
Amazing.
It is amazing. So I think, it's not a big overall increase in the budget.
And I will say Jane Johnson requested increases in all the public defenders' wages to reflect on-call pay. Rather than doing on-call pay as a per diem, which Sarah's requesting, that they've requested increases in their grant for their salaries to reflect the additional hours.
Is this in the budget or is it being?
This is
requested?
factored in.
It is factored in.
You can pull it out if you so choose.
What's the amount?
It's $10,200,
$10,200.
which is $200 a week.
And I did include Sarah's request and justification in that email that I had sent to you.
Yeah.
Well, her attachment was in there.
Oh, the attachment. Okay,
Well.
I didn't print any of that off. I was sure.
Sorry.
And I just thought if we did it as a per diem, then it's not a salary increase. So then
Yeah.
I just thought that might be here to deal with than Jane's request for the salary increase.
Speaking for myself only, I mean, I was an advocate for you when the public defender mandated raises. And we had that big conversation about should the prosecutor be brought up to, and I said, heck yes, of course. It makes this pill a little bit hard to swallow because that was a significant increase. And that's all else.
And they are getting increases again. So we're kind of just trying to keep up with them.
Well, they're getting 3%, right?
Oh.
Isn't that what you said?
She works more hours is what, the way she said it, to
Mhm.
reflect that they work more than 40 hours per week. But when they're on call, they show up on Zoom on Sunday for the arraignment. We're on call all week. They don't take on calls during the week.
Sarah, when you get assigned a case from the Attorney General's office, you get reimbursed for that, or is that the county paying for that?
Yeah, if there's any actual expenses, the county, so like, I'm sure you're thinking I take cases from Grand Traverse County. Grand Traverse County bears all the expenses
Okay.
of if there are any. I mean, it's kind of, we're all salary, so it's hard to say that there's to find actual expenses, but if I had to bring in an expert witness, they would.
Okay, but you don't bill out your time to them.
I don't, and it ends up being about equal. I've asked for a special prosecutor a couple times this year, and they've taken my case. So our time ends up pretty, but if there's actual expenses, any bills, Grand Traverse would.
It looks like overall you're looking at about a 2.5% increase or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't do the percentage, but it's not a significant increase because I was able to cut in a few other spots too.
My question is on the per diem, is that gonna increase their retirement money too?
It's wages.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, per
There's
diems
more
are wage.
citizens showing up here.
It's
I-
not a lot of money per person.
I will say that two of her folks though are on the DC plan, so it's a minuscule hit compared to a DB plan.
I mean, I guess it'd be the same if you guys get per diem. Does it count towards your retirement?
Yep, it does.
Any other questions for Sarah? Thank you. Janet. Where are we going next, Katie?
So the public defender's not here, but I will say I do have their 38-page grant application. I can send that to you. I got it after I emailed you the email on Friday, so that's why it wasn't included. But you can see in there. Now just keep in mind when I do send it, it's the combined office, so it reflects Manistee and Benzie County numbers. And then we pay 50% of the portion due by the county. But you can see in here their wages and the hours that they're requesting for the different wages that they're requesting. And so
We find it on these spreadsheets anywhere?
the public defender will go through as well today. But I'll send you this application so you can see what the wages and such look like. The chief public defender is at about $60 an hour. So
We are actually at 11:20.
already?
Yeah, we are. We've been at it an hour and 20 minutes. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break because this seems like an appropriate time to pause.
Okay.
And we'll come back in 10 minutes.
She's better at it than I am, though.
All right, you are unmuted.
11:30, we are back in session.
Yes, and so we're going to move on to Kelly. Kelly's gonna come up and we're gonna go through a various amount of funds, mostly tax related. Because
Line number, please. This is the first page.
with the blue top and the two shades of green.
What department?
We're gonna start with Fund
Oh.
516 DTRF. I think I labeled it tax related. Was the
There you go.
file name.
That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Okay.
Blue, green, right? Blue top.
Blue top with two shades of green on white paper.
I hated those color things. I had to kill them in all the spreadsheets by it.
I should have just opened my laptop. It's.
I implemented colors my first year here and everybody liked it, so.
All you gotta do is click on it.
I don't like them in,
Not everyone is as technologically
Blue,
savvy
green.
as you.
you would be surprised what I did in the spreadsheets.
I'll see them later. All right, so we'll start with the DTRF. We'll kind of go through this packet and then we'll move on to the others. It's in there, I promise you.
I'm sure it is.
That's it. Near the back,
Yep.
almost the very back.
And it's
Well, it
white
depends on
paper.
how you stacked it, I suppose.
They're all.
They're all stacked in the same order.
Love it.
Good job, Christy.
There you go.
I was just gonna point that out. It's like, you're like doing like one of the. Yeah.
Hey, if whatever I can do to help everyone out, I struggle myself.
All right, so if you want to
So-
go ahead and get started.
Yeah, so on the DTRF account, the only change, well, a couple changes, I guess, in here is we want to do some project expenses for next year. We want to get our scanning done. We are full downstairs, which we know all about our spacing. And by doing this scanning, we can eliminate about 65 years of our taxes. So it'd be 1868 to 1975 would go on scanning. You'd be able to still get that information via the kiosk, public kiosk out here on our desk. And then we'd have room for more tax rolls that need to go downstairs.
Gonna hire somebody to scan it or you?
We've
guys
got
do it?
we've got a thing here, an estimate. I don't know what those were
Okay.
given out to you guys.
I didn't give the estimates, no. So we actually had Applied Imaging come in and give us an estimate on digitization of various things. So the building department, planning equalization files, only equalization, zoning, tax rolls, and that sort of thing. And so for the tax rolls specifically, that's what we were looking to pull from the DTRF to do that scanning. This is them scanning it on our behalf, and then we get it back in an accessible media.
They take it off site. That what?
Correct. They'll
Sounds
take
like
it out.
what the
It'll
health
be
department
cheaper for
does.
them to take it off site than to come in site. Way, way cheaper. Which they've
115,000.
Correct.
Right, which we've already had them take probably a couple dozen books off site already just to do some testing to make sure it would work. And it looks pretty good on, I have a copy of it on, a thumb drive. It looks really good. So.
They can unload the records right afterwards.
Yeah.
Correct. They will take care of the destruction with that price. And this way I don't have to send anything to the archives, which would cost us 5 times as much. No, $500,000
It's
to
a
send
great idea.
50 years to archives.
Yeah,
Well,
do you
that makes
keep
it-
anything stored down at Benzonia Township?
No.
Okay. And do you keep anything stored off-site?
No, everything's down in our basement. We have to maintain permanent records of the general ledger at all times, so all that's down there going way back. We are signed up for computerized logs with the state of Michigan right now, so they're telling us because of that, we can PDF all of our rolls going forward, so we don't have to keep printing them and putting permanent records since everything is on a public computer up front. So we can, starting this year, since I've got everybody on this year, going forward for 2025 going forward, I can PDF those rolls and save them instead of permanently printing them out and popping them,
So
making,
by
less.
digitizing these, what does that do to, is that gonna create additional space for us then
Mhm.
somewhere?
Yeah, downstairs, we
Mhm.
will get rid of 60 some years worth of books and that'll open up a lot of space so I can put my general ledger stuff down there and keep it permanent. And a few more we still have about 20 years of tax rolls upstairs that we could take downstairs
Yeah.
until we're supposed to keep, I think, at least 50 years on file at all times. So,
Physically or digitally?
well, either or at this point. So we could technically scan more in. But we're just doing so many years at a time.
How are we gonna get to the point where these are scanned in like almost
Immediately, yeah.
immediately kind of thing?
So that's where she was talking about with the logging of the state. So going forward, they'll be digital, so she won't have to print
Correct.
books.
Correct.
So she's going back the 50 years, which is what we need on hand, but then
Right.
in 50 years, there would essentially be nothing on hand.
Correct. So right now, 2003, 2004 is when we started with BSNA. So everything is technically online right now. So they wouldn't have to scan that part in, but we'd still have 1975 to 2002, 2003 that would have to be scanned in. But we can do that a few years down the road yet. And then eventually all we'll have downstairs is general ledger and some mapping, we have some old books down there that we'd like to keep. And yeah, I won't need as much space. I could share my vault with somebody if they needed more space at some point.
That's where I was going with it.
Yeah, and there are other space needs. I was working with the public defender's office to try to find more space downstairs as well. So there's definitely space needs where we'll be able to kind of reallocate some of the storage space for the other departments. But as you know, it is the goal of everyone on this campus essentially is to more and more digital, the better. Like Sarah said, they went digital and it's cut down on costs. Our office is fully digital. I've had the same box of letterhead now for 4 years in the office. And so you will see a cost savings from that standpoint.
So that newly created space, we could rent that to DHHS as an example.
Yes, there's no windows.
Get in with them, you're not getting out.
Give that much room.
Right.
All right, and then the other thing on here I wanted to do was transfer 30,000 over to my tax admin fund to cover the initial expense of the $80,000 for the upgrade of BSNA software cloud. Because the other 50-some thousand is already in the tax admin fund, which we'll talk about.
So with these projects that we're talking about, we still plan on adding $326,294 to the DTRF fund.
Roughly. So it's healthy. And per policy, Kelly and I will sit down with the chair and vice chair and go through this a little more in depth and decide, is there any other funds that, we want to leave there or what have you?
I think we left about 240,000 on the table for us to talk about.
Yep.
in the future here.
So,
And that's an annual meeting.
Correct.
Chair and vice chair.
yep, we just have to get that together, the four of us. Yep.
Most of that, from what I'm looking at here, is all interest.
Yes.
Yeah,
Most of this
This
is.
fund does very
interest
well,
only. We've been doing
interest-wise.
extremely well, so.
yeah. Let's see, 532, I don't think there's a whole lot of changes in 532.
No.
About the same. I haven't had any foreclosures, so if anything, the price might have gone down a little bit in 532.
So if the court's ruling on paying back the money, the state funding, what
Mhm.
we were prepared to pay back,
Right.
what happens with that money then?
It is sitting in Michigan class and it has been. We're just accruing interest on it. It's
Is it
just,
restricted dollars in any way, or do we need to,
it's
or is it?
basically, it's just sitting, yeah,
It could go back into the
It's
general.
on.
It's accessible.
It's-
It's accessible.
it's accessible.
Okay. Right. But we don't know.
We just
That's
don't know
what-
yet.
yeah.
And then
Okay.
potentially the state said they might even backstop you on any losses you have to
Right.
refund. So there's a
They're,
couple of.
they
things.
are, from our last meeting last week, the potential payout they're saying is the beginning of 2026.
And then the next one is the Treasurer's Tax Administration Fund. which
This is the fund that we've had sitting here. I just found out it is for counties that are not self-funded.
Okay, where are
And
we at? I'm sorry.
It's the next page.
The next page.
616 tax admin fund. So this is for counties that are not self-funded. They get to put 2 to 5% in here every year. While we've been self-funded since Linda left. So this money's just been sitting there and I didn't realize what it was for until this year, talked to the auditors about it. We could close it, put it in general fund. Well, I would like to use it for the upgrade of the BSA cloud. There's 50,000 in there. If we pull the 30,000 from DTRF, that should cover that upgrade. That's my proposal on the 616 account.
And
And
that's
basically this account will go away after that. We'll be done after this year because we don't need,
What line
we don't
item is
need
that,
Fund
Kelly?
616.
616.
616, the last page in your tax related.
So it's budgeted to transfer out the funds and essentially close that fund, but utilize those dollars for that BSNA upgrade. Because as you know, it's a heavy upgrade and we are kind of trying to, pull to make it happen. And this would help cover quite a bit of that, as well as the $30,000 from the DTRF to pay for that upgrade specifically.
That would cover this year, right?
This is the upgrade
This is the
portion,
upgrade, not the annual.
not the annual fees.
This is just the cost to
Right.
switch to
'Cause
it.
it's gonna come back at us next year.
Correct.
The following year, yes.
Yep.
So next year, I mean, right now they're saying we're looking at towards the end of next summer, so it's gonna be right there, August.
Yeah.
September maybe, because that's my slow time of year and being that we use most of the modules. That would be the best time for me to do a train, would be end of August, beginning of September. So you're only looking at 4 to 6 weeks worth of that new fee compared to,
I know this is
Yeah.
out of line, but I'm concerned how the townships are gonna.
I've had a couple of townships already talk to me in regards to upgrading. I know Homestead is full force ahead. Crystal Lake Township is upgrading, I think, this month. Inland, Therese said something about wanting to upgrade as well. And Elmira, I think, is doing something right now. I'm not sure. And
They're already on cloud, aren't they?
they've got a couple other things, but not tax.
Okay.
I have one village that's already on board.
I think it'll work.
And yeah, and I have other townships from our meeting in May wanting to set up a meeting jointly with all townships and villages and have Dominic come and present to them, which might be September, October, or even next fall, even next spring is what I've been talking to Dominic about, is coming up next spring and doing it.
Yeah, the cost for the townships will be less too, because they're smaller unit.
Correct.
Still.
It's still a cost.
It's still, yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
for us. Yeah,
It's a cost, but it's an increase from what they were originally planning.
Right.
right.
We just,
They didn't budget for it.
Right, but it takes so long to get set up, it would happen now.
right. And MMTA just had a full hour and I don't know what session on BSNA iCloud from the perspective of other townships and villages and cities using it. I've got the recorded portion. I just got it this Monday, this past weekend. So I thought I would send that out to them and let them see from the perspective of the city townships, how these people are doing and what they're doing. And it was a really interesting hour conversation.
MTA, you said?
MMTA, Michigan
Michigan Municipal
Municipal Treasurers Association.
I went there.
Yeah. We have quite a few of them using it already, and this is from the perspective of those cities and or townships using it. So I thought I'd send it out and let them see what they think.
Katie, what interest rate are you projecting for fiscal year next year?
Interest rate were you projecting?
I don't know. They're still claiming going down. We're earning about 4.3% at Michigan Class right now. And I know talking to some of the investors, they're still projecting that interest rates are still going to be dropping up through probably the end of next year.
But you must have a rate plugged in here to arrive.
I think I went with they told me to go low, like 2 to 3%.
Oh, wow.
There's some opportunity there.
Yeah.
Potentially.
When I read your report, I Googled to see what forecasts there were. It's higher than that for sure, but we'll look at that as opportunities rather than
Right.
plug it in for right now.
And starting next month, I'm going to start presenting that interest to you quarterly.
Okay.
So you guys can see it every quarter.
Okay.
So that's it for the tax related. We'll go back to the lavender and blue, and I'll have Kelly kind of go over
What's
The-
lavender and blue?
road commission, Leelanau. I did for you. Maples as well as Benzie Leelanau Health Department. This is that fiduciary side of things. So, sometimes there's a little confusion with this because it's not, the health department appropriations in the general fund. However, this is the fiduciary side of things where we're, balancing their dollars.
This starts on the first page, right?
Yep, we'll just start at the top.
Road commission was
At the top.
first.
Oh,
All I do is, so what this is we are in charge of transferring money for the road commission.
You-
Where they need it. And of course, they need to send us their daily or weekly deposits as well. So this is basically us just maintaining an amount there for their transfers that come in and out is what we're doing.
You do their deposits for, Michigan Glass.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
we're in
do.
charge of that. Yep.
Okay.
For the health department, Maples, road commission. Yeah, everybody. Yep, we take care of that.
Kinda knew that, but.
So the interest is plugged in from us on our side.
see, room,
Any investments they want to make, they just let me know and I transfer that money for them.
discussion.
And then the, health department is the same situation essentially.
Yep.
And then on the next page, we'll go to the Maple.
Oh, I see.
Pretty much the same thing. We do all their transfers for them. Maintain their Michigan class investments and any interest on that. Of course, they're also part of chargebacks and refunds, so we might have to charge back Maples for any tax changes that occur, or we may have to refund them for any tax changes that occur from MTT or Board of Review changes, things like that. So we maintain that for the Maples as well.
So we're bringing in a lot less money for the Maples coming up.
Yes. So you'll recall that part of the MOU that we have with the Maples and regarding them becoming more self-funded and funding their own capital, we're knocking down that levy rate to only pay the bond payments needed versus levying the whole thing and then having this, exorbitant amount of money just sitting there.
And there's a line item, budgeted use of fund balance that was projected or in the budget last year, but it's not going to be in a budget going forward.
Yes, so that was specific to, if I remember correctly, the agreement. And they have yet to request that funding, by the
Well,
way.
that would
right.
be the fund balance for our general fund, not for their fund balance, right?
No, it's all within this fund. They don't get anything from the general fund.
Right, this is the last year that the agreement of the transfer out money, that they would get so much, this is the last year for that, this year, not the one we're talking about coming forward, so that should be zero coming
Yeah.
forward.
And they have not requested those funds yet.
Okay.
But the agreement says that this year is the last year. So that's why there's nothing budgeted.
24, 25.
Requested it already.
We are too.
With
So the maximum allowed with the bond specifically. Shoot. Is the 0.6350, and we're looking to levy 0.3 to pay the payment.
Is that already baked in or is there flexible? Can we change that yet?
The maximum allowed is 0.6350, so that's not baked in, as you say, or approved until you adopt the budget. But the idea of continuously rolling it back in accordance with that agreement was to force them to become self-funded.
Oh, and I was going to help negotiate that, so I'm on board. But at the time, if I could digress a moment. At the time, we didn't know that they'd have these problems with all those window casings out there, which is
Mhm.
probably, if I remember right, 160,000 or something like that.
Well,
Their fund balance.
Problem is, the money was set aside for the old building,
Right.
not
Right.
the new. And that's part of the reason they have trouble figuring out how to spend it.
Because it's restricted, it can't be
To
used.
the old
Restricted to
building.
the old-
So did they give you their requested or they haven't requested anything from the county this year?
Not for that set aside fund balance money per that agreement. They have not requested those dollars.
'Cause
They will by the end of the fiscal year.
And they've been reminded.
so, okay, so I mean, like looking at the fund balance, it's going up. 116%.
And that's
There's-
because they
This
haven't
account
requested
is
those dollars.
well vested right now too.
That too.
Yeah.
So the taxpayer will see a decrease in that levy. So they'll see a savings on their tax bill for that levy specifically.
And
I
when's
think-
that,
yeah.
when will that bond fully retire?
I think it's
29?
projected 29 or 30
Yeah,
because we can't make additional payments.
it's 29. Yeah. Mhm. And we'll continue to roll that back as we can.
Yeah. That was the agreement.
Yep. So that's the bond piece of it. And then the next section is the Maples operating. So there's a small levy that's specific to Maples operating. That's also on here. That max levy is 0.3519 for this year, and that's what this reflects.
In that bond millage, that's not renewable, right?
No,
No, it's done
Oh.
12/29.
Yep.
So through that winter tax bill. Any questions on any of those? So the only other one, would be within the general fund. However, Kelly's not requesting anything out of the ordinary really. So we can go through it now, or we can hold off. In the 101-253, so it starts on the first page for revenue. That's where we track most of our revenue for the general fund. As you know, Kelly's primary role is to collect the taxes. And so you'll see there the current property tax. We're projecting about a $6.1 million in tax revenue for the general operating. That includes the rollback. So the rollback is to 3.2399. So that's where you'll see that. And then as well as the other revenues that we are projecting coming in. Recreational marijuana, we are projecting to go up a little bit for that cost share because there's a new facility here in Benzie County. So we are projecting that to increase just a touch. The revenue sharing dollars, that is the anticipated amount that we're seeing from Lansing. So that's where that number is coming from specifically. And then everything else you'll see, it's pretty straightforward. It's interest on deposits, it's dog licenses, the transfer in from the DTRF that we've already talked about. And then you'll see the transfer for the EDC services for the chamber, which is that $40,000. And you'll see that budgeted for use within the EDC activity within the general fund for that $40,000. So is there any questions on the 253?
On, the increase to 6,000,078, what's the 10% of that? Is that a 5%?
Which line?
The real property tax, the first one,
It's a 4.688%.
okay, thank you.
So Kelly, just curious, over the last 3 years or more, we've come across a couple of accounts that we weren't even aware were out there. Have you done anything proactively to try to determine if there's any other accounts out there that you're not aware of?
yes. I've gone through and tried to dig through what I can that makes, I'm not finding anything else at this point. I think talking to the auditors about a couple different funds that we're going to eliminate here within the next budget season, and the 117 account, all the other accounts are pretty much accounted for at this point. So yeah, I've been trying to keep on top of all that.
When we discover this money that we weren't aware of, aren't you notified that it's gonna sheet to the state? I mean, if there's no activity, isn't there some sort of notification over time that?
Yep, they let us know once a year, your account's gonna go dormant, so we plug money in there and take money. Basically, it's an in and out type of transaction for us. We'll make sure we throw $10 in it and throw the $10 back where it belongs, and we just keep going forward with it. And this is what, I mean, my predecessor, this is what she told me to do. So in the last, getting myself acclimated here with the job, I decided, okay, now I need to know what this account really is for. And that's when I figured it out here in the last couple months. Yeah,
Of the accounts you have left are active all on their own.
correct. They're all for something. This was pretty much,
Know that at least,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it's not like there's any out there that we're not aware of.
Right.
Just looked into the ones that we were
Right.
aware of.
Right.
Is the bottom line.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure the public would not be happy. Oh, we've had money sitting around somewhere that
Well, at
we
least,
didn't
it's-
really know what was going on.
at least it's been used in the area that generated the
Right.
income. I mean,
Correct.
to me, that's
Thank you.
the purpose of it is, makes sense.
right.
Do we want to go through the airport authority with Kelly here since she assists in that one?
Sure.
So that's going to be purple with a green banner across the top.
Or for Tim.
Airport authority.
Tell me airport authority.
All by itself.
Yep. Yeah, the only thing we're doing in here is setting aside the 15,000 for the transfer of the money. I have talked to Brooke a little bit. She's trying to get some workers' comp insurance. It's not looking good, so we might have to come back and look at that. She might have to pay us for that.
Yeah.
We'll see. We're still working on it. But otherwise,
Had her on our policy or.
We've covered the
yeah,
airport.
we've
all
covered
these
them
years.
up. Yep. Especially when they started on
And
payroll.
They haven't asked for that other 3,000.
No.
For what it's worth, I confirmed with Frankfurt last week that they did approve 15,000.
How many employees are at the airport?
I think it's Brooke and three other people, Mr. Pop, Mr. Knopfsinger, and I guess there is a niece or nephew of the Pops on the payroll as well.
So just, it was
think three.
actually an in-law,
In-law.
because I asked this question just last week, Kelly.
Yes, it's not the husband. It's, yeah.
Her husband has worked there, but has not been paid anything this fiscal year. The previous fiscal year, or when Dick Bear was there, he made up to $1,000. And they changed their policy so that the manager doesn't have hiring, firing privileges. That's only up to the board. So they're not using these people a lot. They may have two or three, but
right.
Brooke has like been cutting the grass and
Yeah, she's been
they're not
doing most of the
using
work.
outside.
It's very infrequent. I remember when we did the payroll, I mean, it was once every couple of months, we'd get these per diem sheets.
Yeah.
Great. Any other funds you want to cover from your perspective?
I don't think so. I think Betsy Valley speaks
Us.
for itself and Remon speaks for itself. Those are grants.
Yep.
Land Bank Authority.
Gonna go over the land bank. Do that.
What are we looking for?
Land bank. Get a color?
We're going, I'm getting there.
Pink.
Pink,
I think that's the only other one I can think
it's
of.
pink on pink.
Pink on pink.
So it's pink with a pink strip across the top.
And what did you call that file?
Miscellaneous ancillary funds.
Oh. And where does that scream land bank?
Well, because it's more than land bank in there.
Is Brownfield on the top of that?
Yes.
Yes. Well, land bank is on page 2 of it. Three, sorry. She's smarter than me.
So this is not gonna change a whole lot either. We don't have any inventory right now. And so we're just looking at what we're gonna do with ourselves. We are gonna be working with the Alberta project going forward. I don't think we're gonna be spending any money out of that. We're just gonna be a supportive type
You are
authority.
executive director now. So there isn't any inventory.
Yeah, we have to talk about that too, I think, going forward. So, and our land contract with Mr. Miller will be paid up by the end of this fiscal year, so that's gonna go away. That's why there's zeros there. So yeah, there's not a whole lot going on with land
We're
bank
paying
right now.
executive
I
to take
can't
it.
predict next year. I do know we'll have at least one foreclosed piece of property next year. It's a small piece that was left out of the tax roll and added back in about 3 years ago, and it doesn't really belong to anybody. So there might be at least one, maybe two properties that will be foreclosed on next year. Once we'll see what we do with those going forward, but
And would that be contract services at
yes,
Mm.
$10,000?
yeah.
So we have a history of paying.
No. No, the treasurer used to have those responsibilities by virtue of being the treasurer.
Well, we had budgeted 15,000 for last fiscal year.
It may have started last.
It did.
Yeah.
It started right after Shelley retired because
Yeah.
it's Shelley. So it's just brand new last year.
Right. And we were hoping to only have an executive director, I think, for a couple years, depending on how much we have going on.
Do
So
we still need an executive director?
we're getting to that point where we're not gonna need her anymore.
You just said
So-
we have no assets, right?
Correct. We have no inventory at this moment, but we are doing other things. The support for this, Alberta project. And a couple of other things we have in the works, maybe an heirs property project, maybe something different. We're still talking about how we want to see ourselves as a land bank. We want to be able to help other people out there that might be struggling. There are different projects, different land banks that have money in their books and their inventory is covered, but now we want to make, like with the Alberta project, there are houses out there that need some help with new roofs, maybe new porches, new things like that. And they're looking to reach out to those people that still live there, since we're going to be building all this new stuff and making Alberta look pretty. Being that person to go out and say, hey, we still have some extra funds to help you get your roof refixed. Or, hey, we see your porch is damaged. We want to fix your porch. Things like that. And Benzie County being where we're at, we have some money. We don't have a lot, but maybe we could go out to other different areas and bring this about, like the clerks with their housing is doing, but ours would be a payment plan type
Do you
thing.
think
Kelly, you understand that network or Community Action Agency provides funding for that too, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
But right, yeah, you'll get to that one right now. There's not much money left in that.
Yep.
you
So
think
yeah,
the land
that's
bank-
where we're at right now.
Land bank will have its direction or idea of its direction by the end of this current fiscal year?
I hope so. Yes.
So if you didn't have somebody that had responsibilities for it, how would that be managed? Would that fall back to you?
Well, we have a board.
Yeah,
With
but you gotta
the,
have
with the,
somebody that's responsible.
correct. Well, financially, I'm responsible for it right now, but yes, our board would probably, instead of meeting monthly, would meet maybe quarterly or semi.
Let me ask the question differently. The executive that we're paying for this,
Correct.
what do they do?
She's in charge of making sure the agenda is taken care of. She's in charge of making sure when we have inventory that, the for sale signs are where they're supposed to be, that she answers all the questions. She's the contact, she's the point of contact person.
It
From the
makes
website,
sense when there was inventory.
right,
But when there's not.
correct. Yeah, we just sold our last inventory. Well, actually, we're in the process of selling it. We've got the deed hanging. We're just waiting for Mr. Bishop to show up and buy it, but yeah, we're basically out of inventory and yeah, it's gonna have to be a discussion that we'll have to talk to with the board and the chairman and the,
But next year could look different than this year.
oh,
Next year,
definitely.
meaning
Next year,
not
we,
25, 26, but 26, 27 could look different. A
correct.
lot could happen in 12 months.
Correct. And I am trying to take more training on land banking so I can learn more. So that position can basically potentially just go away. And I'm thinking if we get away with one more year with this position, that gives me one more year to learn. And any questions I have about the land banking, she's still on the state land bank. I can still go ask her questions. I'm just not I'll tell you, I'll be honest, I'm not comfortable enough, learned enough, but I do have some training sessions coming up in October, and I think there's something going on in September. I've got some different training sessions coming up, and I'm trying to be more active with the land bank now that now that got my treasures down pretty good. Now I'm going to move over and try to get this land bank under my belt.
And this is a salaried position?
It's a contract. So
Okay,
we can
I-
end that contract. I think we have to give her 90 days.
Where I'm going with it is that, it's not based on activity. She's guaranteed $10,000 during the course of the year.
Correct.
Okay.
Roughly what is it, 750 a month? I know she has charged us less when she doesn't have as much work to do.
Oh.
That's only happened a couple times.
And, you know, it could be as we crank up this new EDC effort,
Right.
there, you know, the land bank is part of that solution. I don't know how that'll affect that, but we're a couple of years out from that anyway.
Right.
Gotta ask you one question about help.
Yeah.
But what? You really don't have any say in that or whatever. Why, did they ask you to be, the land bank to be involved with this or the state?
Yes. Part of that is we have a project that didn't, let's see, we had some grant money a couple years back that we applied for different projects around the county that we were able to do about 2 or 3 of them. And there's one still, the old bus garage in the old high school up here that was purchased. And with this Alberta project, the state land bank is coming forth with extra money to finish that project up there with us, being that Benzie County Land Bank is willing to be supportive of this Alberta project. So we are going to gain something out of this when it's all said and done.
Hopefully we'll gain something in Alberta.
Yeah, it should look nice. They're getting ready to demolish some old buildings out there. There's 4 or 5 different buildings out there that are going to be demolished by July is what they're talking about. So.
Along the front.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
I'm glad they're beautifying it, but you understand we're losing tens of thousands of dollars in tax revenue.
Should recover that, right, when they start the businesses? They've got a chunk that they're going to,
They're gonna, part of it will go to the village. Part of it
Depends
will go
on
to the
how it's
private sector.
developed, in my opinion.
Pardon me?
My concern is it depends on how it's developed. If it's gonna be a tax revenue source or not.
But they're paying
Well, they're
tax.
talking about some low to mod income housing like we have out in Frankfurt and Honor. They're also talking about market rate housing. So building houses and selling them to, selling them the regular way, I guess is I don't know how to
Yeah.
call it. Some little tiny spots with businesses. So all that will come back tax. The only thing that won't, so that's 9 acres worth. The rest of it will be tax-free. But I do know the Grand Traverse the Grand Traverse Land Conservancy said they would pay taxes on the property
Years
for those couple of years while things are being built.
For the-
So, I mean, we got some money coming in at the
It
moment.
won't get built in 3 years.
Awesome.
Anyway, thank.
So staying within that pink packet that you're in, we want to, between Tammy, Kelly, and I, talk about the CDBG Housing Grant Fund. It's on the last page of that pink packet. So, as the 3 of us who are, new to looking at this fund in the last couple of years have gotten more into the weeds on this, the funding that was said to be available every year, by the prior treasurer wasn't necessarily available, yet we were still paying it. So now we're a bit in the hole on this fund from a cash perspective. So you'll see here that there's really no budget, $150 for state grants, $150 for any fund balance. We did just get a payoff of $10,000, which is going to help. And there's another payoff expected through the courts of $25,000-ish. So there may be a little money before we get to that 10-1 that we can amend this draft budget. But as of now, there are no funds available for this upcoming year unless the Community Action Agency comes up with other grants that they apply for annually for Benzie County. But we have not had any payoffs to allow for
For the
this.
benefit of the new commissioners, these were loans that were made that placed a lien on properties.
Correct.
And when things sell or when there's a death, that's when the county gets paid back. That's why they sit out there as a receivable.
It's interest free. And there's about $800,000 worth of receivables out there.
$750. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
So that's why I put
Is
that note.
that problematic for you? I mean, just to have that sitting out there as a receivable, is this something that needs attention or is this just for our information?
This is kind of for your information. Every year we have, money available and we're really proud of that. And it's a great thing. We just want to bring it to your attention that this year so far, it looks like there's no money available. Period.
So, and the idea is when these loans get paid off, when the receivables are collected, it's loaned back out.
Correct.
So it's a cyclical.
Correct.
But this year it's not
Right.
looking great.
Okay.
Yeah, we're about 15 in the hole right now, cash wise. If this 25,000, so this 25,000 she's talking about, the potential is almost a foreclosed, it was almost a foreclosure, the Milky property out in Thompsonville. The gentleman is selling it, but he has to probate it first because his mom passed away, gave him handwritten permission that it's his property, but there's all legalities in there. So this could take 6 to 9 months. Somebody is purchasing it, they want to buy it, but they have to wait for this probate to get done. They owe $25,000, I do believe. That would put us back on the books. But if we don't get this done till after September, we might have to borrow that 15,000 from the general fund for now, just to keep it covered.
What's in this account that drive it into the hole?
I don't think there are any other account costs. It's they loaned out money
They
that
loaned out
they didn't
money.
have because somebody told them they had it.
The prior treasurer had indicated that there was money there, so we allowed them to loan out money. And we paid those bills, but there wasn't money to loan out.
Well, it's weird how it's tiered. Like if it's over a certain amount of money, the state gets involved and
Yes, if it's under a certain threshold that's paid back, the state says it then becomes general fund dollars, but if
Right.
it's over, then it's not. Yeah.
and
Everybody understands now there's no more money to be loaned.
Yep,
out.
Correct.
Tish knows that as
Yep.
well.
Yep.
okay.
Okay.
Yep.
But if we get
always that
those
pot of
payoffs,
money.
there may be a small chunk, and so
Yeah.
we'll be watching those. And if there's a small chunk there, then we'll bring it to the board. And if you would like to allow that for program income, then we'll make those changes at that time.
I don't know if we ever want to do it, but if we ever did an aging analysis on that, we could kind of anticipate when some of these monies are going to be repaid. Because otherwise we could lose sight of it.
I think there's more
There's a
side of it
listing
now
out
than
there
there's
of dates
been in a
and-
long time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Auditors keep track of it because
Three
there's
of us.
an annual audit adjustment that needs to be done to that.
well, honestly, they weren't doing that up until about 4 years ago, though. I was the one that asked them to audit it.
Just out of my curiosity, of the 750,000, how many liens does that represent?
You know, Tammy?
List. There's quite a few.
Or,
So the first 2,500 is grants forgivable. And I've seen loans as much as 35,000. I mean, they don't get much bigger than that.
Well, and I think we need to do a deep audit into the receivables to make sure that none of those were grants and misrecorded as receivables.
And we have some instances where actually people, the original owners have passed away, family members are living in these homes, and the debt should be repaid. It hasn't been,
Correct. Yes, when it changes hands, it's supposed to be repaid.
but they have found a way around it. And
The receivables do balance. I balance those at the end of each year. So that is money out there. So, you know,
the bottom line is that the action agency knows we have no money to loan out
Correct.
or grant.
Right. Yep.
But they still have money that
Yep,
Through other means.
bring into
Correct.
this community.
right. And the other bottom line is be aware, we might have to pull some money from general fund to cover that because we don't want to be a negative cash balance for auditing purposes.
Should we do that before the end of this fiscal year?
Yes,
Yeah, we
if we don't get that money back by mid-September, we'll make that happen.
does that
Okay.
have to come out of general fund? Can it come out of DTRF?
Yeah, I guess it could come out of DTRF.
Cool. Any other ones?
I don't think so. You and I will do the transfer outs later. Otherwise, everything else is pretty much explanatory.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Good job. Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, the one who has stuck through it all morning, the sheriff is here.
What color?
All right, so his are in a
Okay.
few different colors because there's quite a few different funds to go through. So let's just start with the jail. Let's get the jail done. So the jail is on pink paper, it's blue and white lines, and at the top, there's a yellow highlight that says jail. Who need these ones?
Go to jail, do not pass go, do not collect 200. 200.
All right, has everybody made their way to that one?
Oh,
Yes.
get rid of-
Morning, Sheriff.
Good
Thanks for waiting.
Afternoon.
It's afternoon now.
Oh, jeez.
Been together all morning too, I guess.
This one. Gary's still hunting and
Said
pecking.
blue and white.
Well, it's on pink paper and it's,
Nice yellow stripe at the top.
so I guess it's
Well, I
blue
went
and
by it.
pink stripes because it's
I'm
on
still
pink
looking blue
paper.
and white.
Pink paper.
Thank you.
There you go.
You did that on purpose.
I did. I really did. All right, so I'll let the sheriff go over the jail fund. I also, my email is on your desk where I kind of gave an overview of the sheriff's side of things. So we can just go through the fund. So as far as the current real property tax, the projected is $2.37 million to come in from the rolled back levy. The jail millage did roll back for this year. And so you'll recall last year it was approved at a 1.2660. We're at 1.2444. And that brings in about 2.373.
An increase of 106,000.
Yep. And then the other revenue sources that are in here, prisoner room and board. We are still working with our neighboring counties as well as the tribe to bring in some revenues from that standpoint as well as other miscellaneous revenues that are in here, refunds and rebates, fingerprint fees, background checks, and the likes, for a total revenue of 2.619. As far as this jail fund goes, the maintenance person is still being budgeted within the general fund. That was a change that was made last year to offset the expenditures in the jail. And right now, as it stands, it's not budgeted with a jail lieutenant or a jail administrator position. But the sheriff's office is requesting that position be reestablished. I don't know. if you know.
That's my hope, and I do understand that we're trying to live within our means, which translates to live within our thank you, millage. I could come up with that word. Live within our millage means. That's been the request and the hope of the community and the county board. I'm well aware of, and we've diligently tried to do that. So with that in mind, I realize that although I feel the need is there for a jail administrator to help keep our liability down and to make our facility run orderly, I understand that reality is reality, and it may not be possible, but I just wanted to have that conversation because I do think it's important from a standpoint of liability, and so on. And I think, most of you understand where I'm coming from and you know where I stand, regarding that, so.
While you're on that subject, can I
Absolutely.
further that? So can you tell us easily how much you're paying? You're making some kind of special payments for some of the lieutenants, or somebody's overseeing the jail in turns.
The sergeants are getting extra pay while they're conducting that business or the duties. It's not every minute that they're there. It's they're keeping track of that, and so it's 50 cents an hour, I believe,
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
which we've proven because my staff is so diligent and so loyal and so good at their job, we've proven that we can do the job, we can make the facility continue to run efficiently. However, it's an added burden and without much pay for them. So
When you think about, when they have to focus on the jail, what are the consequences of the rest of their duties and public safety in general when they're taken away to focus on the jail?
well, as you know, they're working sergeants so that they're literally in the control room when this is when they're there. And so they're trying to balance that, running that shift, if you will, while doing the duties. They're not separating themselves necessarily in literal terms. They're doing the duties while conducting other business during their regular hours, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got it.
As you know, we have 4 sergeants that we finally, with the help of everyone here and budgeting process, we've been able to get a sergeant on every shift, which helps immensely. But adding these certain duties does affect the facility in general. So I don't know if I've answered your question. I've probably circled around, but they're not separating themselves, going into a separate place and doing the job. Sometimes they're doing it while they're being covered by another person, so for instance, when we were preparing for our recent jail inspection, sometimes they would be able to come and meet with me or the undersheriff because there was enough help in the jail. They could separate just for a brief moment. So they're juggling that while they're in the control room, commanding a shift and briefly and periodically meeting outside of that to get the job done. But yeah.
So when Lieutenant Dan was the jail administrator, he didn't serve any shifts within the jail. He was purely administrative, was my understanding.
That's not exactly the case. He was administrative, but because that position was union, he was available or he was eligible for overtime. So he would actually do his 40, let's say, for sake of conversation, administratively 40 hours, let's say, and sometimes help, but he was getting paid for that. So he would fill a shift or a half a shift, or if something came up where there was an emergency and an officer had to leave with a inmate, let's say 2 months in or whatever, he would jump in and be and fill that role as a line staff as well. So he was multifaceted.
I'm just curious, overtime has been a concern in the past. Would you be open to having this position be non-union and therefore not eligible for overtime?
We can't do that. It's already established in the union and we already took a vote and they want it unionized.
So we either have the position in the union or we don't.
Pretty much. It's been in the union in Benzie County for a long time, so you're not getting it out unless the membership votes it out.
Membership would have to, that's just our understanding of how it would work. To answer your question, I'm open. I would be open to it personally, but it's something that's probably beyond my control at this point, because of the union shop. So that's part of my understanding a need and a want, but reality, that's where I came in with that reality part, Oh, and I can see both ways. There's an argument for both sides of it. Personally, trying to get my staff that would be qualified to step into that position not having the stability there because of it not being a union job, it'd be hard to get one of them to do that. So now hiring from the outside, no problem.
It's a
Yes, sir.
managerial position, correct?
Yes, it
I
is.
understand this at all.
Well, there's I talked to a lot of my peers, obviously, and we're not unique, but there's kind of a split with how it's done throughout the state. But we're not unique that it's in the union, but there's a lot of offices that aren't, that the position is not.
It's kind of like a conflict of interest, to be honest with you, having management being part of the union.
The same union as
The
the
same-
people they manage.
I would almost have a hard, no, we can't fund that position unless it's not unionized.
Cause that individual would also be able to tell somebody that he's working overtime.
Exactly right.
So that, yeah, that's
Mhm.
it's a hard, oh,
I mean, for me, that's my opinion.
Is it the job description that's unionized or the job title? Like, could we hire a sheriff's administrative assistant to handle the jail?
I'm going back to legal.
Yeah.
This union could probably argue past practice with that, but
Yeah,
I can argue kind
Um,
of conflict of interest too.
right.
Chances are
Instead
that,
of being flexible, you're willing to have this be a non-starter? I mean, it sounds like you're up against the wall, but the chances of them approving this being a non-unionized position is,
Straw poll already says it's not happening.
yeah, I mean,
But
we've,
that-
we've done official,
Yeah, straw poll already says they're not going for it.
unofficial.
well, is that a signal that they don't care that there's an administrator there or not? Or is there different motivation?
I know that I discussed with Matt about, is there any way to get this out of the union and, re-manage this, retweak this or what have you? And he said that you're almost not possible, basically, because it's been in the union for so long. It's not in the union as a lieutenant, it's in there as jail administrator and lieutenant. So, because at first I'm like, well, if the union is for the lieutenant, then the jail administrator isn't a lieutenant, right? Well, both jail administrator and lieutenant are notated in the contract specifically, so it's covering both. And because it's been in there for so long, getting it out of there is almost impossible, is how Matt put it to me.
The employees that are picking up those duties now, are they union?
Yes. Of that same union.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an interesting one, that's for darn sure.
You know, we've looked at budgetarily, we've looked at cost for either way it would go, but it's almost, how far do you actually go before you realize it's not reality?
Well, I can appreciate that it's been done that way for a long time, being a union position. Just because it's been done that way doesn't mean it should have been done that way.
Right.
No.
Kylie, in your network, is it 50-50 split and how it's done, like the way you're managing it today versus having a full-time administrator? Is that a 50-50 split among counties, or do most counties have an administrator?
So you may have misunderstood what I said, so almost every county jail has a administrator. I'm gonna say, whether they're in the union or not is the split or the difference, if that makes sense.
I did misunderstand you.
Yeah, as far as their jails operating like we do or without an administrator, that's almost unheard of.
So I want to go back to a question I asked earlier. I'll ask it differently. What are the long-term consequences of continuing to manage the jail as we're doing it today versus without an administrator?
The only thing I can think of would be failing our inspections or, getting lost in that loophole somehow and or which that translates into the potential for more liability because something could happen in the jail and they could turn around and say, well, you didn't complete all these tasks to be up to par with the inspection. I'm just thinking of that as I stand here.
Well, and today that wouldn't be a good argument because you just got a pass on
Absolutely.
your last
Yeah.
audit, but I'm thinking that if most jails have a dedicated administrator and we don't, somewhere there's got to be a long-term consequence for that.
I think your biggest long-term consequence is the burnout of your employees. I mean, I think that's the biggest one. Just a quick calculation before my computer died, since 10/1 between the 4 sergeants, they've spent about 220 hours doing JA duties total. And that's 3 of the 4 sergeants. The one doesn't appear to have done any. So, I mean, that's an additional 230 hours, 220 hours, whatever I said, for those 3 employees doing those duties above and beyond their 2,184 hours of corrections duties. So I think that's where you're going to see your biggest, it's not the opposite of benefits, I can't think of the word, that you'll see is those employees are going to burn out when they're doing those additional hours. Now, is that a 5th sergeant? So it's less of a salary? I don't know. But that's where you're going to see the downside.
And do you have a timeline of when we started that? Because I can't recall.
So we were supposed to go back to 10/1 on that.
10/1.
So
So should we assume that those sergeants are willing to forego, that they don't want the burden of these additional tasks, even though they're getting additional compensation? They'd like to forego that additional compensation to have somebody else do the tasks?
I feel that that's how they feel, yes. Even though they may not want to relinquish that position as a union, I think they're probably trying to cover both bases,
See,
I personally think that if we're going to continue to do it the way we are, to try and prevent some of the burnout or maybe give them a little more incentive would be to up to 50 cents to something else.
and
But
and after a
That's-
while, the money's really not going to matter. quite
that is
frankly.
contractual. Yes, you're right. Yep. We
It's
can't
gonna-
just do that without.
At 50 cents an hour, and number of hours that you described, I mean, that's not lifestyle changing for them.
No.
It's, and your answer is kind of what I would have anticipated, is that you begin to get burnout. And then what my concern is when you get burnout, that means that you start missing things. And if you start missing things, it might have big consequences in lawsuits because something happens with the prisoners or with the employee.
Comes at a cost.
All of those are the hidden costs that may or may not happen, but when they do, they'll be big. I'll guarantee it.
Yeah, plus with 3 people doing one job, everybody could always think that somebody else is handling this portion and it's not getting done. Whereas if it's one person and that's their job.
With the number of hours that you talked about covering this, could this be a part-time position?
I don't know why it couldn't be a part-time position, but that would
Which would
be,
cut the salary projections in half?
we'd have to ask Matt how that would play with the union if it's part-time. Because the contract is specific to jail administrator and the contracts that cover the corrections deputies and road deputies and such, they cover part-time employees as well.
It might be a nice option to just look into to see if we could meet in the middle somewhere.
Find like a really cool retired deputy who wants to be part-time.
Yeah, we've
But
got several of them.
the reality of it is can you even hire somebody on a part-time basis?
I know
for
the
that job?
contracts cover part-time, because we went through this with some of the part-time, the road deputy situation. And so the contracts cover part-time. It gives them certain things within the contract as if they were full-time. And they're still gonna get sick time and stuff like that because that's, Michigan law now. But it would cover part-time. You wouldn't run into those overtime situations necessarily. But if you're going to average over 30 hours a week, our policy is saying we have to give them health benefits now too.
Well, in my view of it, if you're part-time on road patrol, when I park that car, I'm done. If I'm an administrator, even though I'm part-time,
You're
I'm really
taking the
never
call.
done.
Yeah, you're taking the call.
That, my concern with that scenario,
Art, say that
It's
again.
primarily administrative. I mean, everything I heard about Lieutenant Dan's job, and I don't know firsthand, correct me if I'm wrong, this was primarily administrative. This was paperwork and numbers and making sure filings were done correctly. This wasn't getting called out into situations.
that's not entirely true. If a jail sergeant had if a jail deputy, our chain of command, if you will. So the jail deputy has a question, they're not sure of something, they call the sergeant. The sergeant, if they aren't comfortable with that scenario, they would then call Lieutenant Dan, the jail administrator. So in a sense, he would be in that, he would be in that chain of command as far as day-to-day operations, not just. And my only concern would be, or not my only, but my big concern with a part-time person is trying to find a qualified person that wants to do that on a part-time basis. In our line of work, it's, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
In our world, in the law enforcement world, part-time people are very hard to come by, and you're correct, Commissioner and I, we lucked out with what we have. But I don't know that we could find a great person for that JH spot, but.
Well, doesn't an administrator manage staff too? It's not just paperwork.
Correct.
I think so.
Yeah.
So you have to be available to them if you're managing them.
Well, that's part of the conflict of interest though, being part of the union.
See, he basically, that position had kept up on all the training, all the certifications so that they could fill in. They do know the inner ins and outs of working the floor, booking, all of that stuff. Which is important if you're gonna, administrate people, you need to know what they do so that you know how to take care of business.
Well, and how they're performing and all of those things. You can't do that without observing it.
Right.
I'll tell you where my dilemma is, and I said this last year when this failed. As far as I was concerned, the voter spoke, and they said, we don't care if you have one or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, if you don't care, then I guess as a commissioner, I don't care either. But then you've got the reality of what's the real need. I wish that the community could have understood. This isn't necessarily a want. This is more of a need.
I agree. I agree.
I'd also like to bring up too, there is 3 administrative assistants up there. Is there opportunity to go more of an administrative assistant route where, they're almost serving in like a deputy administrator / kind of role, and they focus more on that versus, that could pull it out of the union. I don't know. I'm just trying to throw hats out there. There's 3 administrative assistants up there already.
Let me play devil's advocate with you. Because when you said that, I was thinking, well, that's creative. But if I'm in the union, I'd be saying, well, wait a second, you can call it whatever you want. Look at the duties they're performing. And, you can call it the janitor if you want, but they're performing those duties.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is gonna be our last budget meeting. Touched
Oh,
on
gosh,
this
no.
for a minute. I think we're gonna have to circle back on it.
For me, that was the big conversation starter with this entire budget, because I realized that it's not feasible within the millage. However, wanted to talk about it and get it out there again. So thanks for listening and having that conversation. We are, as Katie did say, we are still doing the boardings with other agencies, mainly Grand Traverse and the tribal, and that fluctuates a lot. We've been a little bit down recently in that regard, so when we talk about revenues, we have to remember that it flows up and down. And so we have to, these are projections, moving forward, of course.
And your big contributor is Grand Traverse County, right?
Yes.
And they're a number of years away from actually probably building anything new.
Yes.
Not headed in that direction.
Oh, yeah.
That's reflected under other contracts, GTB.
No, that's the band.
Oh, that's,
So,
so it's the one above it.
Prisoners board reimbursement, 167,000. That's Grand Traverse. GTB is the band,
And then the state apparently has.
is the state.
Yeah, as far as the state goes, that's a DOC detainer, for example. So if Agent Anchek's one of his clients is in violation and they ask for them to be lodged, that's where that comes from, the state part.
And with respect to contract, like with Grand Traverse,
Yep.
I've asked this question probably for 8 years. Are we even collecting enough to cover our own expenses? Because it seems like at 30, I know you've told me that seems to be market rate, but at, what is it, $35?
35.
It just doesn't seem like that even cover all of our allocated expenses.
Well, I feel that it does because we're operating the facility already. And unless we're totally omitting a section of it and having less officers, then it can't help but be worth it. I mean,
But we don't.
it's
even have
income.
the Opportunity to omit a section based on what
No.
the state says. So it's, no matter what, we have to have that set for the design of the jail.
And we have to keep our numbers such that, because there's other jails, they house in several other jails already. We're just one of them. So if we have to be careful to not raise it to the point where they're like, well, then we're good. We'll go to somewhere else.
And I know you've cautioned me on that, but what are your variable expenses? Food? What other? Well, no, manpower is gonna be.
Manpower variable. I'm sure we're about to talk about the increase in water and
Yeah, so it's the food and the
utilities.
Utilities.
Paper
toilet
towel.
paper,
Utilities and-
Roto-Rooter coming out because somebody threw another towel down the drain. Grand Traverse pays their own medical for their inmates specifically, and they pay the daily amount. But it's the food and the utilities and those sorts of things that are gonna be the difference.
And whatever we raise that amount by, it probably wouldn't really be material.
No.
No.
I will continue to question whether I realize everybody else is getting about the same thing, but it seems awfully inexpensive to house a prisoner.
I will say too, with having their folks here, we've our maintenance folks, Ken and Kyle, have had much greater access to trustees.
Oh.
And they've received a ton of help with the grounds maintenance and things like that. Whereas when we just had our few Benzie folks, we didn't really have availability of really any trustees. And so then that burden wasn't being lifted like it is now. I mean, just with the mulch, there was 4 trustees that could help Ken and Kyle to do that. So there is that, it's not a cost, but it is an in-kind. That's a huge benefit for Ken and Kyle.
It'd be good, nice for you to know, not that it makes a difference. I do have a couple family members that are in law enforcement, and they have both said that any prisoners that come to Benzie County like being here because they get treated better than any other place they get housed. So, keep it in the back of your mind. I mean, our people are doing good things for us, I think, is what I wanna. What you need to understand.
For sure. Thank you for recognizing that.
People did not like being in jail. Well, I'm not fond.
If you gotta go to
Nice
jail,
place
Benson
to
County
be
is the
around.
place to be.
Oh, jeez. Don't go to jail.
Still a human being.
The judge put him there, so.
So as it stands right now, that's not budgeted in there, so we'll have to get back to that as we work through all of the budgets, all the funds specifically. Yes, we did do a transfer out to capital again. There are capital needs in there, obviously. So yeah, all right. So moving on from the jail.
Can I just say one more thing with
Yeah.
respect to this? This would probably be the last discussion we should have when we get through this whole process to see where we're at that point. Because this is the most significant gap we have.
No, that's not true.
No?
Central Dispatch has a much bigger gap.
Oh,
Within my budget, you're correct.
okay.
Yeah, within the sheriff's funds, yes, but
Yeah.
Central Dispatch has a much larger deficit.
Discuss that next Tuesday.
Yeah, that's gonna be on the 24th. All right, so moving on to the blue paper with blue letters and blue lines, and it has Benzie Kids right at the top.
That falls under what file?
I think it was miscellaneous sheriff.
Blue paper.
For you laptop folks.
It's got a yellow right at the top, yep.
Okay.
Blue on blue on
Or
blue.
3 line sound.
This one.
Yep.
Thank you. You think I'm not colorblind?
That you can throw.
So obviously, well, I guess we'll just go through one at a time. The Benzie Kids is something that it doesn't, there's no fluctuation usually unless we've got a fund balance there that we recognize so that we can use it. And if a person, a group or a youth group comes to us for funds, in the past, we've used it for Boy Scout troops. We've used it for Odyssey of the Mind for the school kids if they, go to an event and need a little bit of help. So it's there for that. It's just recognizing that so that we can utilize it when a need arises.
Do you guys buy bikes or bike helmets?
So
Like that?
we have in the past, currently we are, and tonight's the perfect example. We're going to Summerfest in T-ville with the school resource officers, and there's the McKinley Kids Fund is going on, as you probably have heard. That's a separate thing, but we're utilizing that tonight for 2 bikes and helmets to give away out there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Any questions on that one? Seasonal Road Patrol Fund. This is our contracts, Beulah, Lake Township, Cottagers, etc. Honor when we have the enough time, of course.
On an additional police presence. on
Yes,
state.
those are specific contracts that we do every year, as you know, with your approval. And that's a money in, money out thing based on the need and the availability of us to fulfill those needs.
Do we try to buy a vehicle for this fund over time?
We used to, it was done a little differently in the past, but right now what we do is because there's not enough for that, so we just simply maintain and improve on vehicle and equipment and all of that for this position, if that makes sense. We can't justify the entire purchase of a vehicle because it's it's only a 3-month period of time that it's.
Don't you have 2 or 3 officers or?
No, only one.
One?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's our favorite.
We could build up to that eventually, but not at
Alright.
this time.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Any others? That one? Snowmobile patrol. The next page. That is a state grant that we get, fluctuates a lot based on sales of registration and trail stickers and how it's divvied up. So
The only thing I'll note with this snowmobile and marine patrol is the state is
Yeah.
being a little fishy about those grants, so those grants may go away.
especially the Marine, because a lot of Marine is funded federally, and there's been a lot of changes to that, and we anticipate some more changes. But at this point, so we're always working on last year's. It's like a year behind,
Mhm.
in other words. It's confusing, but so the funds that we're using right now are from last year's
Cause it's a reimbursement.
budget. So when we talk about the future, we're pretty secure for this year, or this up and coming budget, but we don't know what the next one's gonna be.
And if the funding would be discontinued, this service would just go away, is that right?
Well, it would have to without other funding mechanisms. Yes, yes,
This is a reimbursement type grants?
Yeah,
yes.
the states and the feds don't do anything where they
We-
upfront you.
We keep track of it. We keep track of everything and have to submit and match.
The Marine Patrol on the snowmobile patrol. And the seasonal road patrol, all of them were higher than what we had estimated last year in their budget, so the funding balance has actually gone down in each of those accounts.
Confused by what you just said.
So, for example, if you look at the seasonal road patrol, last year's budget amount. I'm sorry,
Not,
never mind, the beginning fund balance and your ending fund balance, going down, not up. Or it's not staying the same.
what
That's
are you
because
looking?
of that red in there, because we haven't collected yet. And so it's showing a negative because we've spent the 34, but we haven't collected. And so it's pulling from the fund balance in the system automatically. So then it looks like it's going down because we haven't.
We should be though collecting some more yet.
We collect,
Be collecting, yeah.
we collect half up front and half at the end of the season.
No, we're, okay,
That makes sense.
Mhm.
so the same with the snowmobile patrol too, it's like we're supposed to be getting some grant dollars, but we haven't gotten them in yet.
Yeah, so yeah, the system will,
Yep.
for every single anticipated, if the actual hasn't happened, it by default pulls from the fund balance in the
Okay.
system.
Thank you.
So I know we're not there yet, but I'm curious, when I talked about elimination services, I could see where it might be easier to eliminate snowmobile, but water? I mean, wouldn't that be tough to
We're
just?
pretty significant on the lake shore,
Yeah,
with our inland as well as our inland.
You do have other agencies that do water as well. You got Coast Guard for the big lake and you have the DNR also does the inland lakes as well. But I do agree that having Marine
Task-
Patrol Sheriff's Office is
Yeah.
important.
It's important to the people that live here because our services are a lot quicker and a lot more,
that's what I was thinking, response
not,
rates.
not bad mouthing anybody else, but
That's the reality of where they're coming from.
Seconds matter.
okay, where are we at, folks?
I think we're.
So Marine, we
Yep,
we
on
discussed
Marine.
that as far as the being like the snow patrol.
Yep,
So Sheriff's Canine
Okay.
Fund next.
yep.
There's no page number, but it's in yellow there.
Yep.
Let's see. Project.
18 grand, it's all written. Read it out, that hasn't been collected.
How long is that? What is it?
52. Maybe I'm looking.
That shouldn't be like that. I'd have to ask Kelly why that's like that.
Yeah.
'Cause that's a 2-year-old activity.
Yeah, well, we need to look into that one. That shouldn't.
Oh, I know why it did it. It's because the budgeted use of fund balance wasn't recorded in the general ledger, so it shows as a negative because there was only 11,900 in revenue, and then there was 31,000 in expenditure. And because the budgeted use of fund balance wasn't recorded in the general ledger, it shows as a negative.
We're actually okay with that.
Oh, yeah.
Good. That red stuff in there.
The system does it itself.
That's not good.
Oh,
Okay, where are we at?
MCOs?
MCOs?
That's money that MCOs gives us for training.
Can we do the dive team? Well,
We
that
missed
one
it.
wasn't highlighted.
Oh,
Did we
sorry.
miss that?
Yeah, it's at the bottom. I didn't highlight it. I failed.
It's above the M goals and after the canine.
Oh,
I'm gonna
I'm
stop
sorry.
color coding these.
hey, there you go.
So the K-9, it looks like it's mostly contributions and donations is how that's being funded. We don't fund a whole lot of it at that.
We pay for
So-
the deputy.
Okay.
Well, the county pays for the officer, the vehicle, the officer's wages, benefits. The only thing they don't pay for is the actual animal and taking care of it. That is done through fundraisers, golf outing. Yep, yeah, absolutely. Okay, what are we missing?
Just below K9 is the sheriff's dive team. I didn't highlight it. I'm sorry.
Man, you threw me off.
Oh, there it is.
My fault.
Ah, there it is.
There's nothing on there.
I'm sorry.
On the next page.
Okay, so, yep, the word's there, but it's up on the next.
Uh,
Again, we're just recognizing that what's in there so that we can use it for maintenance of the equipment. We have one diver that has to be taken care of at this point. That's part of the mutual aid dive team.
Now I'm cool.
MCOs? We used to only get 302 funds, which is the next one. I don't want to confuse you, but the MCOs training fund, they have been as the state has been mandating more training for our officers. I'm not saying it's bad, but with that, they've increased our training fund per certified officer, dollar wise, so that we can perform this training. So that's what you're seeing there. And obviously we intend on utilizing that to its fullest extent and using the funds given for that.
When you talk to us about the various training sessions over a course of the year, this is what you're referring to?
Yes, and not in total, but in part. There's other funding mechanisms as well, such as the next one, the 302 fund that is the Justice Training Fund. They contribute funds as well. And we also, for our DOJ funds, we get our bulletproof vest or ballistic vest for the officers reimbursed up to 50% back. So that's a continuation. That one's actually one of those funds that we go back as far as 3 years in our monies to catch up. So that's the good old feds there working.
And then there's also training funds within the general fund as well.
Yes.
What are justice training funds again?
It's money, it's federal, for lack of a better, it's federal funds for training and officers.
Equip the vest.
Specifically, the vest only,
Okay.
yes.
Forfeiture fund? Nothing really.
Forfeiture, no activity. Local corrections officers, so LCOTS is why is that in this? So the LCOTS is the, correction version of MCOLS. It's training, requirements and funds.
There was do I remember correctly that in order to attract new corrections officers, we were paying that training up front? Where before they used to have to pay for it themselves?
We've paid for it for a long time.
What's that?
We've paid for it for a long time. I think you're thinking of the road patrol deputy. We paid for deputy
Sponsor.
Cook to go through training. We sponsored, and that was a first for Benzie.
Oh, okay.
But the corrections
Yeah.
officers we've paid for.
That was
sure.
through MCOLS funding, grant funding. The requirements for corrections officers, they have to do 2 tests prior to becoming eligible to apply, and that is a physical agility test and a written test, and that's on them. But everything from that point forward, if they're being hired by us, we take care of for training.
Okay.
But the two minimal requirements are on their expense at first. Inmate trust fund? We there?
Yep.
You guys selling up there?
So
Yeah.
do you recall when the board, Under Sheriff Hubers was here to talk about the collections of old debt? That's where those funds will be. So that's a receivable of 300,000 for those old debts.
We've
So
been
we-
very busy.
So yeah, we've been, very busy selling toothbrushes or something. I don't know.
I mean,
So where's that money going to that we're collecting? I see contract services inmate, but what does that mean?
Okay, where are we at? Contract.
Still under inmate trust fund.
714-000-800.
So those dollars will end up coming back to the county, to the sheriff's office and or general fund. Most likely the jail.
where are they coming from, Katie?
They will come back to us. So this is receivables. So this is the outstanding debts that the agency is going to be collecting on our behalfs.
Okay, but
So those dollars will come back to the county.
there's a percentage of those that are probably uncollectible, right?
No, that's the collectible amount. The uncollectible, we already wrote off in this budget year.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not,
Significant.
not seen.
This is because this is the first time we've done this contract to collect.
Well, not the first time, but
Well, in recent.
in your,
Yeah.
in several years,
So
yes.
if we're successful in getting these funds, yes, there's dollars there to support. But this is a one-time collectible. What we collect annually isn't anything near this. So just keep that in mind too.
So annually, maybe what, 15% of that?
It's good. I
good
would have
guess.
to look. I can't answer that without,
I mean, how many years back are they going?
We can only go back 7.
So 1/7.
Theoretically,
Yeah, theoretically.
I mean,
yeah.
yeah, right.
What we're trying to do better is to make arrangements currently,
Hmm.
and not let it
Lapse so
lapse,
far.
let it be stagnant. So to keep folks in the front of their mind. Hey, you were incarcerated and this is your bill for that. How can we take care of that?
We
Not
provide you room.
5 years down the road, say, oh, by the way, we're trying to be proactive.
Yeah.
Linda's doing a
Or-
fantastic
yeah.
job up there at that.
Where are those fees accounted for?
So
Okay.
So you'll see here the $6 and the $10 from years previous. That's based on the actuals that we had. The 135 is a posted receivable. We haven't received it yet. And then the 300 is the anticipated receivable for next fiscal. But based on $10 in interest on deposits, the actual cash there is almost none.
So this receivable is really,
It's like the
Helping-
CDBG. It's a receivable.
okay,
Yeah.
but it is incorporated into the budget, helping it balance, right?
No, it's its own fund. We have it
Its own
as
fund,
its own
okay.
fund. Yeah.
So I
So
guess
right now, there's about $49,000 cash in that fund.
let me ask the question a little different.
Yes, please.
Billing inmates, this is for what? For housing them, or
Yes.
is that captured somewhere else in a budget?
No, this is its own fund.
Okay.
And so there's about $49,000 sitting there of cash that we've received. But that's why we went with this third party collections agencies to help us go after that. Because unless, I mean, you can't really squeeze much out of a turnip, right? And so, and you really, there's a lot more to than just sending a letter to get money out of these folks.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
No,
Sometimes, sometimes it works.
Sometimes
Believe it or
there's a
not.
family out there
I don't
pays on
know.
their behalf.
It's been,
That 300,000 net of the cost, because they're gonna keep a percentage of whatever they collect.
Yeah, so that's what we're anticipated to get into our pockets. But it's a receivable, just like the 135 is a receivable. We haven't received it, but it's a posted receivable.
you know, I say we're being proactive. It's to eliminate them having to go to the outside if possible. I mean, obviously,
oh, sure.
we can't do it all. It's not going to be a foolproof 100%. But
Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind too is as we go forward, there's more written off because we can only go back so many years to get the money out of them. And if we're unsuccessful and their timeline runs out, we then have to write it off. So
or there's
we
a,
never get that full 300 because say the first 100,000 is going to roll off after a year and now we can't collect. So,
or they happen to die or whatever.
yeah,
Also,
Yep.
The 135 we did.
no, that's a
No.
posted receivable.
Oh,
So there's 49,000 there, period. No more than that as of now.
But looking back at past years, it doesn't show like we've ever collected any.
So yeah, this is only the last couple of years and yeah, hasn't been much
Hasn't.
collected. No.
Just
Um,
hired that firm.
Last year we hired that
Yeah.
firm to go after it for us
we'll see how, you know,
Oh,
successfully.
as it progresses, we'll know more, but
So, just a question. So is what we're collecting from the inmates, comparable to what we charge for people transferred into our jail? It's pretty comparable.
yes.
Are we good with those ones? So moving on to TNT drug enforcement, also blue paper, but this is going to be green writing and green lines.
Again, a millage,
Yep.
this is millage driven, so.
all the way back.
Um,
Last one. Almost.
Almost.
Almost last one.
Two with creative.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Not veterans, it's not 293, 265. So the current real property tax, that's levying the full levy, is what you see there. But that also includes putting about 37,000 into contingency. So if there was if there's an opportunity to save, this would be a fund where you could potentially lower the levy by just a titch. Because based on the projected budget, we're looking to put 37,000 into contingency, which really could be dollars you don't levy.
I'm just going back with my memory, which isn't too good. Didn't we have trouble where we weren't actually paying the entire wages? The fund was actually dropped down more than what it showed at one time. Maybe I'm.
Does that
I couldn't-
Maybe it's-
before Katie?
That might be a
The,
before DK.
Could have been when we started out and, so when there was a Frankfurt officer, we started out that year with the millage.
That was SRO, wasn't it?
Yeah, what am I thinking?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
right.
This is TNT. My brain went to SRO, but I don't recall that, Commissioner Sauer,
I don't either.
that
Maybe
part.
I had the wrong. Okay.
The other thing about the drug enforcement officers, we're now, a new deputy is going to be stepping into that role. And that deputy has a different wage than the current deputy. So that is factored in as well. You can see Brandon Ismail is going to be that deputy.
Is there in here cost for the vehicles that they use?
So right now, there's an $80,000 fund balance for this fund. And we just purchased this vehicle 2 fiscal years ago,
Last year.
last year. So we have time for that.
So we're about 5 years out.
Just- okay.
And there's 80,000 in fund balance right now.
How much does a patrol car generally cost?
This is a plainclothes
Long as-
vehicle.
For this position.
Plainclothes. Plainclothes, a plane vehicle, what did, what did we
Those were,
spend on?
they were about,
55?
yeah, they're about 10,000 less than the other ones. About 55, yeah.
So are you saying we can adjust the TNT and the SRO levy?
We haven't got to SRO yet. We just, that was
Okay.
confused for a second.
Jumping ahead.
So
Sorry,
we're just
I'm
looking
the one
at
that brought up
drugs.
the SRO.
We're just looking at drugs at the moment.
Yeah.
Which goes hand in hand with SRO.
I know, yeah.
So this
yeah,
one you
so-
could potentially levy less by a titch, yes. Good for
The
TNT?
only real change will be the officer.
Yep. So we'll go to SRO next, and that's going to be yellow paper with like a burnt orange line or rose.
What's the line number?
236. This is a special millage driven as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, can't find it. There it
Right
is.
there. We don't anticipate any changes with officers or
So with this one, the property tax levy levying at the full rate, about $333,000. This is projecting to put 56 into contingency. So you could also lower this levy by a titch based on what's in the fund balance. Let's make sure we're safe there. And there's about 207,000 in fund balance in this one, so you're looking at 75% of the budget. So you could lower this levy as well.
and we just purchased a new SRO vehicle. Like right now, like this current budget year.
Correct, yep. Which
Was
was
planned
budgeted.
for, of course, through our,
One point, we talked about hiring a third officer. So,
I can try.
well, I'm wondering more about
I'm
part-time.
gonna say no.
That you could split between the two. I don't know, maybe I'm off.
Don't we have a committee for the SRO for the schools? I
We
mean,
do, we
I
have a
would
school safety committee, yes.
Expect a recommendation from them if that was a conversation that was happening. But that's a significant fund balance for that budget. and-
It's been talked about in the past at our committee, but it's always been looking for outside sources of funding and then never internally. So,
Well, and we knew there would be a large fund balance, remember, when we pulled it away from Frankfurt. So there
Right,
was
we just
a,
have to remember that.
we're
when it's time to
utilizing
levy.
it. Yep. Last year we lowered the levy as well to try to bring down that fund balance some. So this isn't completely unexpected because we had such a large fund balance when we separated from Frankfurt in that endeavor.
and that all began, I'll go back to where I started with the conversation, Gary, pick up where my mind went the wrong way, but it all began because when the original millage was passed, we had a deputy that was immediately implemented and Frankfurt had to go through the hiring process, if you
Mhm.
recall. And the funds built up and weren't used at first. So that was the start of why the fund balance is the way it is.
Yes.
That's
Well,
my explanation.
and we were able to claw back some of that money from them. So that's
Yes,
reflected there
exactly.
too.
We put it back under the county.
Exactly. Yep.
Did lower that once before, though, didn't we?
Yes, we have. SRO questions beyond that? Thank you.
Can't use any of that money somewhere else in your budget, huh?
No, it's millage.
Nope. Earmarked.
I'm just wishing.
Okay, you're done with that one. All right. Let's see, was there any more specific outside of general fund? All right, we'll go to the general fund then.
Okay, I think we're gonna break again. We're 2 hours past our last break. And then we also have to decide, is everybody good? This meeting is scheduled from 10 to 1. So we are definitely going over. I don't know if any of the commissioners have commitments or if everybody's willing to hang in for a period.
Much longer than it is.
Well, you have the same stack in front of you that I have.
So
We
after.
Originally said 2 to 4 hours.
Yeah, so after we're done with the sheriff, it's just me blabbing at you about the other funds.
hours.
So we'll go over the general fund a little bit more. We'll go over animal control and solid waste specifically. And then everything else is really straightforward and self-explanatory, and we're gonna have another hit at the budget before we get any further anyways. So after we're done with the sheriff, however many questions you have for me is where it will be.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate it.
Got it.
Yep, I'm here for you.
You're unmuted.
Hey, it is 1:25. We are back in session. Where
All
are we
right, so
going next?
we're going to the general fund. So back to your thicker white paper, pink letters, pink lines. And so the sheriff's office starts with 101,301. So the biggest change for 301, and the sheriff can kind of go into the details on it, is a fourth sergeant. So now this isn't an additional position onto the roster. This would be tweaking one of the deputy positions into a sergeant position. So it's simply a change in the salary and benefits, but not an additional rostered position. And I did budget that into here. You recall in my email, it's about a $7,000 increase to the budget, $7,000 to $8,000 to morph a deputy position into a fourth sergeant. And as you know, like when we talked about with the jail, the idea is to have a commanding officer on every shift. But outside of that, I'll let you talk about.
Yeah, we're trying to align our leadership and our command to have a sergeant available on each shift, as we do in the jail currently. So again, it would not be adding a position. It would simply be taking a deputy who's already working and moving them up to that role. And the increase would be, it says in the notes here, we talked about 6,000, but realistically, it could be more like 7 or 8. To get that, yes, to get that done. So. And other than that, the only other real, I mean, like everyone's is getting raises through the wage increases, whether it be 3% or, that's reflected, in here. And other notes of, any other increases would be noted in here. And I'm not seeing any that stand out. The first page.
No, it's pretty well flat. Actually, it goes down.
There is an ask in here when it comes to the bailiffs. If you go to, it's not page limit. You go to
334, 101,334.
We're asking for an increase in their hourly $2 per hour is what we're asking for them.
What do they get paid now?
Good question. I think it's 20.
Something like that. I don't know. So the lead bailiff gets a titch more than the other two bailiffs. That lead bailiff does the scheduling and those sorts of things. And so he's a little bit higher than the other two. But come on, you can do it. Sorry. I got her plugged in. She's still a little clunky. My computer needs to be replaced. So if you don't,
Actually set their own schedules and the whole 9 yards, and you don't really. These.
Yeah, because they work directly with the court because,
Yeah.
you know, the dockets and everything come from the court. And so
So the lead bailiff is $22 an hour. And the other two are $20 an hour.
Why the $2 an hour increase? What are we thinking? What's the thought behind that?
Cost of living.
10%.
Yeah, it's more than the rest are getting the 3%. I feel like with the quality of individuals we have in there and how well the program's working out, I feel that we probably started them out lower than they deserve to begin with. So I'm just trying to see that cost of living and add a little bit to it. That's my thought process.
But if I'm looking at this properly, it really looks like you're asking for $2,000 less. Approximately, yeah.
That's because the initial year there was some equipment and different things to purchase. But now that we have all those items already on hand, we don't have to purchase those items anymore.
I'm looking at wages
Yeah.
from 67.2 to this year's request 65.
So that when we initially figured out that amount, we were looking at potentially, it was based on the number. I think we were looking at potentially 4, but we were able to make it go with the 3.
So that number is different now.
It is different now because we don't have 4, we only have 3.
So is it less or more than 65?
No, 65 is right with an increase. The 67 from last year is because we initially believed we were gonna hire 4. So it was a little more, but it's coming out to be less than that. But then with the increase, it would be 65 would be the request for this coming.
Yeah.
It's like a $20,000 increase in the budget.
No,
44 is year to date.
yeah, that's year to date,
Oh,
but that's only through the payroll of last week.
It says
Yeah,
at the top, it'll say through 9/30, but that's just I think a programming thing, isn't
It
it?
is, yep. It's based off when I download.
So would that, are they privy to the 3% that's already in here? So it would end up being they're
No, it
outside
would
of
just
that?
be the flat $2. No, so
It's a
the
10% increase.
the deputies themselves are $29 an hour. So if you're looking at wages for, deputies, corrections / all the things, the deputies contractually are at almost $29 an hour.
These 3 bailiffs are, because they're part-time, they're not getting any benefits
Nope.
beyond the
They're-
the wages.
The corrections folks are at 26.
And they also provide security for the building too, right?
It's security for the whole, really the campus. If we need them to go somewhere, they're on it. And it's for the courts, it's for the building, it's all the things. If there's someone in the parking lot, they're the first ones at the door.
And I don't know if anybody's even thinking of this, but when they're sitting in that room, they got the cameras,
Right.
They've all.
monitors right in front of them. So it's not like they're just sitting in there shooting the breeze.
And I can tell you the judges very much appreciate their presence. Think they do a wonderful job as well. If I had to speak for Judge Thompson, which I typically do not, he would support keeping those bailiffs on in the same fashion that they are. He's been really happy with the program, and I know Judge Meads has been really happy with the program as well. So
I mean, it's hard to quantify, but I would think just their presence here, tourist stuff happening.
they do rounds too. They check in on all of us.
Yeah, the visibility is huge. They're
I guess the only question is, I'm not saying whether they deserve it or not, but everybody else is getting a 3% raise. They're getting 10.
again, the only thing I would argue is that they're really the only part-time people that I have in my employment, except for our seasonal. And that's a, whole different thing because they're driven by contracts and
Right.
whatever. So I would just argue again that we're not paying them benefits. We're not paying them time off or, all of those things like we are everyone else. So.
And I'll tell you from just a general standpoint, if we bring on part-time and temporary staff typically, so like for equalization, we brought on some part-time staff while we had some staffing shortages down there. We typically align them with the position or the like position and pay that part-time person what that person would make as if they were full-time. That's how we would do that. So for what that's worth as well. And I already told you what the other corrections deputies and road deputies are at specifically.
How
We
much do
don't-
these guys make roughly?
20 and 22. So the lead bailiff makes 22, the other 2 make 20.
For me, the 10,000-foot view question, Katie, is in your own write-up, you talked about, okay, we can make it this year, but in the following years, it's starting to be a bigger squeeze.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I have less trouble with something that's a one-time hit versus something that perpetuates.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's nickels and dimes until they all start to add together.
Mm-hmm.
Has everybody made a note on that one? What are we moving on to?
Well, we skipped 333, which was secondary road. We get dollars for that.
Yeah.
I think that's it for you. You made it through. Okay.
Well, do you have much turnover this year in road patrol?
I gotta knock.
Don't ask those questions.
No, we had, we had Deputy Mikowski retire. He was immediately replaced by Deputy Drager. In the,
Not to be confused by IT Drager.
Right.
yeah, brother to,
I understand that Manistee is struggling with staffing issues.
pretty much everybody around us is struggling. We do have, one that we just started, Kyra Gray in the jail. And
Super sweet girl.
so our roster in there is getting better. As you know, we have a couple, we have only one off right now that's on the roster, not working, because Lewis Johnson came back, so. Yes, so he's back, full force and doing the job, so
Yeah.
we're doing remarkably well for our employees.
As I was walking back into
Unbelievably.
the room, I thought I heard you say something that next year, you're not anticipating a lot of turnover.
Not anticipating, but there's a possibility of one potentially that I'm aware of.
The one, plus whatever you don't know, but.
Yeah. In these days though, especially when it comes to the roadside and our 24-hour patrol we've had, one person gone that could be a game changer for us in that regard until we get them replaced. So.
In the 24-hour?
Yes. Yep. Because we don't have, necessarily a lot of extra people.
How's that been received in the community?
Unbelievably
Well.
well.
I'm sitting out here like they did before.
Just for an example, Sleepy Bear Motorsports, over by the drive-in, you guys have seen that?
Yeah.
They moved from Interlochen to here, and they've already had an incident where they tried to steal one of the machines, and while they're going through their camera footage, they noticed our deputies making property checks because when the rest of us are sleeping in the middle of the night. So, and he assured me that, or actually he told me that, that was one of the reasons he decided to move, is because we have much better, visibility and patrol here. So,
And
for what it's worth. That's just one example.
Now that the state police are located on this campus, has that changed the amount of law enforcement we have in the community?
In general, I would say yes. You have to remember that one of the resident troopers was assigned here. He was here a short time and now he's deployed. So now we're down to one.
Oh.
But they do their part, in helping us. Sure. Yeah.
Ryan comes back, will he be stationed here?
I hope so. I don't think that's off the table. So yeah, we're hopeful. Yeah. Local young man there.
Yeah. Right. Any
Started out.
budget concerns? Did you want any parting comments? Appreciate your time.
Just that I appreciate the cooperation and, we'll get there. The goals will be hopefully attained and, some are far out more far out than others, but I think that working together, we can get the job done. So thank you
Much
very much.
appreciated, Sheriff.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Enjoy the rest of your.
Yeah, you too.
Where are we going
You
next,
will.
Katie?
Let's go to 210, the EMS ALS fund, white paper, and it's like a burnt orange letters and lines.
I keep looking at yours, so I.
All right.
All right, you're like, where are you? No.
White burn orange. 655.
Supposed to be doing EMS in blue.
Oh, I did police in blue. Aren't they back to blue? Yellow's dispatch, red is fire. What color's EMS? I thought it was white. When you do the flags.
When you do the cross thing with it's in blue.
All right, so going through this one is subject to change solely because of our project. So I'm budgeting paying for the project next fiscal year, because that's when it's supposed to be done, is in December. But if we start getting invoices in, I'll adjust this budget accordingly. But right now I'm budgeting for it to come out of this next fiscal year. In addition to another ambulance, as you know, we're purchasing ambulances about 2 years in advance because they take about 2 years to get to us. So overall, you'll see the fund balance is projected to grow again. So that's that on the last page. But otherwise, things are really fairly flat. We are seeing a decrease in our ambulance fees. The company that we were utilizing before has been bought out by a much larger conglomerate. And I'm pretty sure you call India when you call the help desk. And so we're going to be, yeah, it's not been nice.
Yeah.
We've received some pretty negative feedback from the community for folks who are calling the billing agency. They feel like it's just the services went down. So we're going to be looking at that potentially for changes in the billing service that we do have for ambulance fees because of the change that the organization made themselves. I can tell you one of our employees who had to make some calls for their ambulance bill was very frustrated at the amount of time on the phone and trying to get through and trying to understand and all the things. So, but then their collection isn't as great as it's been either. You can see our collection rate is going down. And so we think there's just a lot of things going on at that level. So we got to look at other agencies for that specifically.
Our employees still get free transportation.
They never have.
Oh, they did?
Commissioners don't.
Maybe way before me, but it's all based on
Guarantee you
insurance.
did. Because we had the discussion here. We found out accidentally that the county employees weren't being charged. But what you're telling me is that's not happening now.
No, it's based on it's on your insurance coverage. So they're being billed whatever the insurance coverage is not covering. Obviously some of our employees are on spouse's insurance, so it'd be different than the others. But there's definitely a copay associated with that.
Okay.
Yep.
Pretty sure I remember that right.
Well, I remember there was an employee who called an ambulance and there was a whole kerfuffle over them having to pay and they thought should be getting free. That was not long before me. I remember that whole thing.
You remember that, don't you?
Greg was here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. But things are fairly flat. There's not really a ton of changes. Obviously, the cost of doing business is increasing in some areas, water, sewer, propane, things like that. So we're reflecting that here. But overall, things are not too far out of whack. You'll see buildings and grounds looks like a huge jump, and that's because I had budgeted the project in here for now. But as we get billed, we'll change that around specifically. We did take a stand in hiring EMTs and paramedics and how we're going to do that and fill more positions with EMTs if we can't find paramedics and so forth. There's also the part-time versus the full-time. So their wages are they're kind of different, right? Because it really depends on how many part-time we have versus how many full-time we have, and then how many medics we have versus EMTs. We do break them out 651 and 655 for the departments. So that's why you see such changes in these wages over years, is it's because it's a matter of what's actually being filled right now.
So Tom's estimating that he's going to be having less EMTs and more paramedics. I thought you just said the other way around.
So, yeah, so the reason that last year's budget for EMTs was so high is because we were anticipating filling full-time EMT positions. But what we've done is fill EMT positions with part-time, and so it comes down quite a bit.
How are we doing with staffing levels?
Huh?
How are we doing with staffing levels in this function?
So my understanding is there was no open lines left on the spreadsheet as of last week, as it was put to me. So we have a position, every position filled, whether it's an offer on the table or
Even dispatch?
not dispatch, EMS only.
Just checking.
Mhm.
Okay, I met a new paramedic the other morning.
Oh, which one?
Jared,
Very nice.
very nice kid.
So you'll see that paramedic wages are increased, and that's based on the staffing, so full-time versus part-time. We're doing more part-time EMTs than we are part-time paramedics.
We're still planning on putting $450,000 into fund.
Yeah, so we budgeted 250 for an ambulance. Last time was $241,000, so I'm anticipating it may go up again. So 250,000 budgeted for an ambulance specifically. And then, yeah, so the fund balance is looking to be about $1.1 million if everything were to hold true. So, any questions on EMS? It's running well. It's in the black, as you know, is always the goal. It was in the red at one point. We've assigned some social media coordinators among EMS, and they're doing a wonderful job really getting the excitement out into the community about Benzie EMS. So that's been really cool. You know, working on relations with other agencies more and more, just trying to create this cohesive team environment, because as you know, there's been some disjointment along the way. They're doing a lot of good work over at EMS. They're also putting our logo on the ambulances going forward, by the way.
Just about the fund balance,
Yes.
1,026,000 accurate.
So that's the projected if everything were to hold true.
Projected.
Yeah.
Just, at one point in time, you guys talked about adding a fourth ambulance and a fourth crew.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why we're carrying that much of a fund balance, or we be looking at reducing that village?
Hold on. let me find- The actual fund balance as it stands right now is $670,000.
Pretty sufficient.
Yep, which is sufficient for, you know, a $3.2 million budget. So it's not terrible. But yeah, I mean, that's been the talk. So initially we were putting money away because of the Frankfurt situation, and that lo and behold came in less than we anticipated. We thought that was going to be more of the 300,000 to 400,000. So that was part of that. We also, ambulances are very, very expensive. $250,000 is what we're budgeting. So a little bit extra makes sense if something were to go haywire. Also remember that we're buying ambulances 2 years in advance, but we're not paying until we get them. So there's 2 ambulances worth of money there, but that money's already been committed.
Fund balance.
It sits in the fund balance, even though we've committed it, but we don't pay until we get them, and they take 2 years. So you got two years worth of ambulances too that are projected in there.
And that fund balance is net of Frankfurt's expense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is Tom planning on adding a fourth truck anytime? I know he's having staffing issues getting 3 all.
It'd be 3 full-time, not 4.
3 full-time
Yeah.
people.
Yes, 3
Because right
full-time
now it's
trucks.
2.5.
We got the other one coming, correct?
I think you're saying something different than we are. We
Probably.
have we have physical ambulances coming. We have staffing for 2.5. And the
We don't
goal
have-
is 3 full-time.
3
But we have 3 ambulances themselves, 4, but one's a B, 3 are A's. I know there's
I think we
A
have 4
31,
and a-
32.
4 and an Echo. Or,
No, we don't have the Echo anymore.
well, we should have 4, I believe. But I'm talking about having 3 ambulances staffed 24/7.
Correct. That is the goal.
That's the goal. We have two.
2 staffed 24/7 and 1 staffed occasion.
Correct.
Okay, so it was not. I don't know where I came up with 4, but. Okay.
Yeah, I know
I
it's
just,
3.
all right.
The goal is 3.
Well, there was a conversation at one time about putting up another station too, right?
It's happening now in Frankfurt.
No, I mean, out here somewhere even. We thought about a 4th one.
Be centrally located.
Mhm.
Yeah, because they were looking at Benzonia's new
Mm-hmm.
possibility.
Yeah, so at the Buildings and Grounds, we talked about a little bit, very high level, about the future of EMS and animal control and materials management. And when we were talking about EMS and kind of prioritizing what, we all saw the priority as the let's fix Frankfurt. And then we'll talk about those other ideas after that's done. And so that's what we're working on now, is we're fixing Frankfurt, because we heard from the community that maintaining presence in Frankfurt did make sense. So now if we're pursuing this other full-time ambulance, that would be kind of what's the conversation is next. Good?
Yep, I'm good.
All right. Let's move on to 251, which is animal control, white paper, black and gray. All right. So this budget is really flat. I mean, last year 292, we're projecting 302. So this budget is quite flat in the grand scheme of things. There is a little bit of a fund balance building up, but that's intentional. I've talked about a couple of times, or I've mentioned a couple of times, there's changes coming down the state level for shelters and what shelters look like. Kyle, before he became maintenance, talked about the kennels needing updates. We did the kennel yard, which was really great, and we were able to utilize some ARPA dollars for the kennel yard specifically. The state inspector was just out 2 weeks ago, and we have to do the kennels on the inside. We have to do the epoxy paint again. They really want us to get rid of the brick, but that's a huge expense. And we also need new kennel doors. So the kennel doors are chain link. I don't know if you've been in the back of the shelter or not, but they're a chain link door and they're rusting, which is to be expected when you have animal feces and urine touching them, and then you're power washing them daily and those sorts of things. We have to do the kennel gates, period. We have about 20 kennels in there. Each gate's going to cost at least $500 to $700 because they're custom sizes, of course, as well. So we're going to have to do those gates. As far as the paint goes, I think we have found somebody to donate the epoxy paint. So now it's just a matter of applying the epoxy paint again, which Kyle has done in the past. The state is working with us because they're seeing us make these improvements little by little. So they haven't given us the hammer of you shall do, because they see our budget and they see we're continuously making effort. When we did the kennel yard outside, they were really impressed by that. And so they're, I don't want to say they're giving us a pass, but they're working with us to bring the kennel or the shelter up to snuff. However, it'll never be up to snuff with the changes coming down from the state level. The state is really drastically changing what shelter operations look like. And you will see a lot of municipal shelters closing around the state. I can guarantee that. And we have a lot of nonprofits who are going in other directions. They don't all want the pit bull and the Doberman, right? And so Grand Traverse County, Kalkaska, and Leelanau were given the you have to go by the nonprofit that they work with, because they're going in a new direction and they're on a ticking timeline. And so you're going to see more of that happening. I have breezed by with a couple of you, as well as Kyle Maurer and the staff up at Animal Control, about this idea of a potential regionalization with the neighboring counties for creating some sort of regional animal shelter to meet the needs and to be at state standards, and what might that look like, and those sorts of things. I reached out to the Animal Welfare League as well. They're interested in having the conversation about maybe what part they could play in the shelter operations, or a regional shelter, or what have you, but all very conceptual ideas of what if we could do. And so we are working through that specifically. I need to sit down with Grand Traverse one-on-one and have some like hard conversations with them about what their thought process is on that. But that's kind of where the shelter's at right now, is at some point we're going to have to decide, do we keep a shelter or not? Because
They're gonna regulate us right out of being able to maintain.
they're
it.
gonna regulate us right out of business.
Who's the entity? What part of the state oversees?
Department of Ag,
Department of Ag?
yes,
Do they understand they're doing that?
I think they do.
Why?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Because we're not required to have an animal control.
It's not mandated.
It's not a
Right.
mandated service, and you'll see a lot of them close. I mean, one of the new shelter regulations, for instance, the easy one to talk about is every animal, they need outdoor access 24/7. We're built into a hill. You need separate entrances. A healthy dog can never cross a path of a stray dog or a sick dog. You have to have multiple entrances because they can't cross paths. And there's just
Yeah,
no
any
way to
dog
make
can
our
do a
shelter.
dog be together. So that just makes total sense.
I'm just telling you the rules they told me. And so we have to think about these things, Benzie County, the animals really matter. And we all know that the animals really matter. And so I think we need to have those, serious conversations, because I know there's been talk of like, well, it's not a mandated service, we don't need it. But what does that do to the community? Because this community wants it. And that's very clear when we talked a couple of years. We have a millage for it that passes very well.
70%.
And when we were talking about making changes at the shelter, remember the community uproar that came at us. And so I want to be very conscious of that, of those folks in this community, and, have the conversation with them. What do they want this to look like in the future? Because at this point, I think we have to have a shelter for the
Who's on the-
community.
Who's on the MAC Ag board?
Ag and tourism?
I'm supposed to be, but Gary goes.
It never works out for her.
Because I'm traveling.
Is that
To
part,
another-
is that ever discussed as part of your, cause
No, I have-
you work on your, platforms and things that you're for and against?
I don't call it on there.
Yeah, add it.
Might want to add it. Well, I don't want to sound like the negative.
He's the
But
negative.
eventually you can't afford to do certain things. And if we're forced out of this, we're forced out of it.
Yeah, and regionalization does sound like a good option, and I also think the Animal Welfare League, I think the community believes that their donations and their funding of the Animal Welfare League, they have a big role to play.
And
in the
maybe
caring
that's
for
the
the
way to
animals
go,
in this
push it
community.
into a private,
Right,
yeah, I don't know. Those
Yeah, those are all options, all options, all opportunities.
Contributions that I think are in here for like 10 grand.
Mhm.
Is that the welfare league?
Nope, that's just general contributions. We'll have folks come up to the shelter and just want to give you $100 just to support the shelter. A lot of folks, they're in-kind contributions with volunteering, or they're giving dog food and cat food and those sorts of things.
So we don't try to budget for anything from the welfare league.
No, there hasn't, so they did specifically give to the Kennel Yard project at the request of this board. And so that went specific through out of the 401. Outside of that, haven't been contributions from them. They're contributing to the people in the community by covering, spays and neuters, but that's direct, right? It's not coming through us. So there hasn't been contributions outside of the one time for the shelter, or the Kennel Yard that we requested.
I know most of their money was for specific projects anyway in the
I think a
past.
dog park in Frankfurt and something else.
yeah, they did it.
They did assist with that dog park, yes.
Don't let them cross paths.
Yeah, they can't cross path.
Like training.
I'm not sure this is the right venue, but how is our relationship with the league these days?
There hasn't really been one. I mean,
Okay,
we don't,
since that blow up 2 or 3 years ago.
they were generous in supporting the outdoor kennel yard, but we don't really, we're not going to coffee, I can tell you that.
Okay.
I'm back having meetings with them.
Well, I'm working to schedule a meeting with them on the 23rd to talk about the future of the shelter and maybe what part they may play or could play. I'm not sure their temperature for that, but I'm at least extending the olive branch to be part of that future conversation. I've had some high-level conversations with the chair and vice chair of Grand Traverse, as well as their administrator, because they very much want to try to partner if we're able. They have a ticking clock, and their community is also spoke. And so, you know, if they believe in regionalization, and so do I, and so that's why we're having the conversations. Leelanau has never had a shelter, and they're very lucky in the sense of when they find a dog, they find its owner. It's very interesting. And so we have like 2 kennels that we reserve set aside for Leelanau, because somehow they can always find every animal's home. Like they're just really lucky, I guess. So they don't have a huge need for a shelter. They want a partner is how they would move forward as well.
Probably quit picking up horses. Is there a group
I don't know.
in Traverse City that's similar to our Animal Welfare League?
If there is, I'm not aware of them. I know our welfare league has given quite a bit of money to Grand Traverse, Manistee, Leelanau, and I think even Kalkaska. Yeah, I've never heard of a Grand Traverse Animal Welfare League in the years I lived there. I'm not saying there's not one, but I think their support is primarily driven by like Cherryland Humane Society and those folks. Homeward Bound is in the area, and yeah.
They've kind of been the reason everything's gone south.
Yeah, so Cherryland is going in a different direction, and Kalkaska, Leelanau, and Grand Traverse were told they had to find other means of housing animals within so many years. So, any other questions on the animal control budget? Again, it's quite flat. We'll always happily take more volunteers up there. Always. We have like 10 dogs right now. So if you want to walk the dog, walk a dog.
Can't go up there and take them.
Everyone but Rhonda.
Buddy, but
Yeah.
that's the way it was with Evan and cats, remember?
Oh, Evan did really like his kitties, didn't he? All right, so let's move on to Betsy Valley Trail, yellow paper and green. So John Deere.
What's it called?
I don't remember what I have.
Parks related fund?
Yep, probably.
That's the Valley Trail.
Yeah, Betsy Valley Trail is going to be at the top.
Yep. Mine was all the way in the back there.
Got mine all screwed up by now.
Oh.
The sand mine are all over the place. So the Betsy Valley Trail is primarily run by contributions from the Friends, as well as a grant that we receive each year from the DNR. Typically, we receive about $10,000 from the DNR for maintenance needs. We are lucky to receive $15,000 for next year, so I am budgeting it at $15,000. The amended budget and activity is showing some of the work done on this 1 mile paving that we did. We are still waiting on some reimbursement from the DNR as well as the Friends for that project specifically, but I anticipate that all being closed out by the end of this fiscal year. So that's why it's not in the next fiscal year. I am gonna, I did tell the management council that I would put in a plug to the board about general fund allocation to support the trail. I didn't budget anything that way because the budget is tight, so I was leaving that to you, but they would like to see, you know, more money outside of the grant funds that are received each year to help support that trail. I've also given them some leads to work with the road commission. There's a lot of patching and fixing of the trail, and they were going to reach out to the road commission to see if they could maybe lump onto their big contracts for, you know, asphalt and such to try to get it at a lesser rate, kind of like what we did with Richards Road. But the Betsy Valley Trail is pretty straightforward in the sense of $15,000 for the maintenance grant, and that's paid directly to the maintenance individual. And like I said, the rest of that other project should be closed out by the end of the fiscal.
Did I see in the supporting documents, their ask county is 15?
No, that's
Or
that's the grant.
Match. What are they asking for?
So the state doesn't ask for any match
No,
for
what
that
is
grant.
What is the Betsy Valley Trail?
Anything you'll give them.
So they didn't pose a number.
You did not
No,
get there yet.
yeah, it's really
Yeah,
any
this is
support.
kind of new to me what she just said.
You don't remember me talking about it?
You might have been talking about it, but I don't like asking for money. We've had huge grants. That's what's been doing this, and the Friends have been. Actually, they're going a little further. We'll have to talk about that one later. I honestly don't see where we need anything from the county. If you give it to us, we'll spend it, I can tell you that. Personally, I don't see it.
All right.
Yes, as we discussed that, it's been highlighted and pointed out that the county has not been very good about allocating funding to our trails and parks and things like that, but we do have quite a situation with Point Betsy right now.
Which is the
And
next
so-
one.
Oh, there we go. There's your lead.
Oh, there's that one.
It's the same, it's just follows next after Betsy Valley. I put parks related all together.
What is the, is there a fund balance that I'm not seeing for the trail?
They don't have a fund balance, they were in the hole, but I got that fixed. The friends
We
gave
had
us
a
some
couple
money.
of bucks.
Nope, you do not have any cash.
We don't even have any money from the Iron Man and that stuff left over?
Because before I was serving on your committee, that committee was told that there was funding and you spent it and it actually was no funding. So the little bit we did get has been used to offset that deficit and you have
Okay.
$0.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I heard you bought some scissors.
No, I bought those
Oh,
out of
cool.
admin,
We're renting those now.
but we're renting those out. Everybody likes my scissors. So on to the Point Betsy. We do have a situation with Point Betsy. Now, nothing's really reflected here. I did factor in another 350,000 of that 5.2 in and out for the management of engineering and those sorts of things. But I didn't put anything else in there yet because there's still a lot of conversation to be had on that whole topic. So I just left it like it was last year, which accounts for bar engineering bills that are paid after the Friends sends us a check. So bar engineering sends their invoice to both myself as well as the Friends representative, and then she cuts a check and we cut a check. And so it's just a pass through for that funding.
We manage their money.
No, they hold it on their own and they pay us and then we pay them. So to my understanding is that money that came through from the state was awarded to the Friends, not Benzie County. And so they hold their own money.
Okay.
hmm
And they got half of the grant up front.
Correct. And it went to the Friends, not to the county.
Yeah, I think that there's not much you can budget for them now.
Yep.
Mhm.
So that's why I kind of just left it flat. The next one is a Railroad Point Endowment Fund. Same thing as it's left flat. This is, the money that's on top of the investment that is used for Railroad Point related activities. There is a subcommittee of the Parks and Rec Committee that talks about Railroad Point.
We have a bigger endowment.
Right, but this is what's allowed to be spent off the
Oh,
endowment.
off the interest. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right.
All right. I don't know why one little section of emergency management went in there. That's weird. Okay, skip that. Now we're down to the Parks and Rec ice rink. We have an ice rink. There's a little bit of money there. I budgeted all that money sitting there for when and if the ice rink needs the money and it's going to be maintained and all the good things. So we hold a few $1,000s and I don't know a ton of history regarding the ice rink. But my understanding is Benzonia was involved in that at one point.
Didn't Benzonia hold the money?
Right, no, Benzonia doesn't want to be involved anymore. Benzonia's position is that they pay the insurance, they provide the water, they provide the lighting, they did, and so when they kind of went, that's our contribution in kind. Had Peacock started raising funds independently and they were held here at the county. And any funds that the village had received, any contributions, and people were very generous, was turned over to the county as well. And for a time, there was some work done. I think even Cottage Pros did something
Yes.
one year.
Mhm.
But there hasn't been anybody stepping up who wants that responsibility. You're out there in the middle of the night, all night long, running water.
Riding the Zamboni.
Well, no, we don't have one of
Yeah,
no, but it's a tedious job to form that ice rink. I mean, and then if your conditions change the next day, it's gone. So they were looking into a grant to get some sort of ice rink that has something underneath it that, you control. It's so you, yeah, like captured water that you can control the temperature to make it. Yeah, something you can count on having. At the end of the day, if anybody's gonna do anything, maybe talk to Sarah Kirk. She was behind that grant to get
Mhm.
that. I think they're aware there is a little bit of money held at the county.
Yep, they were made aware.
So it might be a nice seed or matching funds for some sort of grant down the road.
The one young lady that you put on the
Oh, yeah.
Parks and Rec.
Oh, yeah, it's Norman Rockwellish. I mean, it's really sad to see in the wintertime when the conditions are right, that ice rink's not there. Families, hockey teams, guys would play in the middle of the night, coming out from Traverse City.
Well,
Yeah, it was a well-used rink when it was made.
Mhm. Very unfortunate.
Just haven't had the winters to keep it going either.
Right.
so.
This last winter
That's
though
the
was really good.
challenge, is not having the weather. I mean, I do know that there is a private person who has
Yeah,
his own rink right next to the high school.
and opened it up to the community.
And there's a lot of guys go there and play hockey almost every night. So that could be why you're not seeing as much activity. Well, didn't for a couple of years at the Benzonia. You can control the weather, that'd be fantastic.
Right. Was that Rainier that volunteered all his time?
He did. I mean, he was paid
Principal.
for gas and then his guy was the one, that would go out there in the middle of the night and run the water. And then there was a whole.
Actually, Tom Hopkins and some of those guys used to do that originally.
And Rainier, and his guy was Kirk Stain. He took it, he started doing it.
Hmm. Interesting.
A lot of
Um,
history there.
So,
Indoor ice rink.
we'll move on to some joint court funds. That's gonna be blue paper. And then it's gonna have like a light pink and light green lines. It's gonna start with 215 front of the court at the top.
What color paper did you say?
Blue.
The end of the court.
Help me out again. What is it saying?
Front of the court, 215. So I did include, in the email, I included the printout from Karen Felichek, who I sat down to go through the front of the court budget with, as well as circuit court budget. So in there was all of the justification, regarding what's going on. Front of the court is actually down. There were some new, technology or, hardware items that they were going to purchase. They didn't end up purchasing. Now they don't need them. Somebody's typewriter died. They found like a free one from somebody. I don't know. There's a typewriter down there. So that one's flat, really no changes there. We get into Fund 260, which is further down the page. This is MIDC Indigent Defense. This is again at 156,684. However, they did request an increase. So I was a little confused by that. I have some additional questions out to Jane Johnson about how our allocation is staying the same, yet she's requested increases from the state. My guess is that she's requesting the state pay for those increases, and that's why our contribution is not changing for MIDC. But it's 156,684, and that all comes from your general fund.
Isn't that the original agreement?
No, so
That we would pay a percentage based on,
it's
3 or 4 years?
50-50.
but it could increase? I didn't understand it.
So it's 50-50 and it increases based on whatever the local contribution is. So when I send you the grant document, you'll see that the overall budget amount for that fund is over $1 million. But then there is so much money that the counties are responsible for. And because it's a joint office, they say to the state, hey, I need $1 million, and the counties are going to put forward 300,000. And then the agreement that was worked out with Manistee was that 50% is paid by Manistee and 50% is paid by Benzie County. And so ours is 50% of whatever that local contribution is.
Aren't we getting the short end of that stick? I mean.
This was
Central Wellness
PK,
funding
okay?
for-
This is pre-Katie.
Yeah, central wellness funding is 60-40 in our.
Yeah, I think
arrangement.
The rest of our courts are 60-40 as well. I don't know why you guys decided on 50-50 for public defender. I mean, they maintain an office here full time, and there are 2 two public defenders down there plus an office person.
There's more in Manistee, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Didn't
I-
Jared do all that paperwork?
Jared did all that paperwork and Jane did it this time. We don't, and Manistee approves it before we do. Like, it's already been submitted to the state. So that was a whole arrangement that was PK
Something we can look into and, right? Or
potentially. If we don't feel that it should be 50-50 and all of their shared services are 60-40, I don't know why we got to 50-50 here. That was Jared and Mitch.
It sounds like a Mitch deal. Wow.
I can ask Lisa her thoughts on why it's 50-50. Maybe she knows more about it.
Was
She would
Lisa
have
in
been
that
here.
position when this happened?
I don't even know. I wasn't
I
here.
don't remember either. You, Bob?
No. No, you got yours on me, Gary.
I ain't got
Yeah, but
too
this
many
is
years.
fairly new. This is Jared, this was a Jared Mitch thing. So I would think Lisa was in the
Years going
position.
back.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't have the history on all of that.
I don't remember that coming before us and it would have had to? Or would it, because it's through the courts? Maybe the judge signed off on it?
I don't remember it either. I don't remember the conversation at all.
No, at all.
Trying to think how that would have gotten past us,
Right,
especially with
Yeah.
everything else 60.
right.
Doesn't make any sense.
I
That's
mean-
not fully reimbursed, is it?
No, so we're on the hook for 50-50 of the local contribution, and then the state picks up the rest of the department funding. So the total department budget is 1,345,000, and the two counties are on the hook for 284.
Each?
No,
Split.
total. 284,535 plus an administration fee, which I don't know why we pay an administration fee, but we do.
Yeah, that needs to be looked into.
Well, it'd save us about $30,000.
Right.
Okay. All of you will have that grant application in your email so you can look at the grant application itself. Gosh, it doesn't want to work. Let me see. Tammy, do you remember any agreements with Manistee regarding that? The joint court?
That the other administrator there?
One that was here.
Can't recall either. Yeah, I don't remember the 50-50 split.
Yeah, the only
Yes.
agreement I have was specific for the actual hiring employment agreement of the public defender. So it wasn't, and that was it. I don't see, but I don't have all the agreements you would.
Something, get a 50-50 split plus an administrative fee. Something doesn't feel right about that. If I recall, they set it up based on what you paid before in your county.
They were gonna look at it for 3 years.
And
And then go
3
back-
years was gonna be the
Right.
base, and then everything after that, the state was gonna pick up. Well, that kind of went south too. Are we in that contract now, Katie, or is that? something
Yeah, here we go. I just found
we
an
can look at?
I found an intergovernmental transfer of functions and responsibilities for Benzie and Manistee County from 2019
Sounds about right.
regarding the MIDC office, but it's not the signed version because it doesn't even have the date of execution filled in. So I don't even know if it's the true and in effect one because there's blanks, but that's what I'm seeing.
I remember Corey Carlin coming to the village talking about the
Sign
new
at the end.
indigent defense.
If you sign it,
formed
Dan.
Gary Sauer signed it.
Just before I came here.
Gary Sauer signed it.
That's why it's not filled out. Nice job, Gary. Way to go.
Way to go, Gary.
What was the total contribution? 280?
I closed it 284, I think it was. I think it was roughly 284. Plus an administration fee. Yeah, Gary. How did we get here, Gary?
All they do is stick the paper in front of you and you sign it. Ask Bob.
Yep.
So there's a $14,000 fee that is paid by Benzie County to Manistee for services rendered as the grant fiduciary.
14,000.
We pay 14,000 for the grant fiduciary to.
Well, they're probably doing payroll too, right?
Yes, they are Manistee County
These all
employees.
Manistee employees,
Yes,
even the ones who were through downstairs.
yes. So we pay Manistee 14,000 plus half of the local contribution.
See an
Well,
opportunity.
Before you go too far, you want to take a look and see how long is that agreement for?
It doesn't have dates, so I can't tell you.
Well, I know that, but I mean, you'll find something somewhere that's signed and dated and
Oh, it said, well, there's no dates put in here, but it says this agreement will begin on blank and continue in full force and effect until terminated.
okay, well, there must be a section in there that says when it, how it gets terminated, so
Without cause by giving 1 year notice.
1 year.
Put them on notice.
Then we'd
Yeah,
have to do our own.
we'd have to do it our own.
defense.
Yeah, and then we're looking at $1 million.
Yeah. I don't see that as.
Kind of hard to open that back up. Sure, they're gonna be excited about that.
Well,
Yeah.
Other
Yeah.
than that administrative fee, if there's an equal sharing in the cost, it seems like the administrative fee is unfair.
Yeah, there's nothing in here regarding the 50% at my skim. It's just the $14,000 for the other piece of it.
That's the document you just sent to us, Katie?
That was the grant application itself. I just found this agreement from 2019 that Gary signed.
And that would have been Mitch and Jared.
Yep,
that was a
Mitch,
bobble pen thing.
yep, and so Jeff Dant signed it, and then David Kieft, is that who the administrator was?
Yep.
And then Mitchell and Gary.
I think David was one. Was a supervisor or something. Hired him. Nobody knew him.
Oh, I don't know. So
19.
their signatures were December 26th of the 19. You came to work the day after Christmas?
Probably.
Probably. He was always here.
All
I got
right.
no place to go.
So maybe some more to come on that. For budget purposes, it's flat from last year. It's not changing. Law library is also flat from last year. Nothing is changing for the law library. You'd think it'd be getting cheaper because we just have a computer now. But that's not apparently how it works. I asked.
What are our costs to that?
So you can see here, contracted services and resource materials. So about $24,000.
Are these just subscription fees to journals and?
Oh, no, we pay a staff person to maintain the law library.
Where is the law library?
That computer out there.
Walk by it every time you come in.
Of course. So.
It costs us $24,000 to have that computer sitting on.
Yeah,
Mhm.
gotta pick a number if you wanna get.
Well, it
it.
gets better because we have another law library fund we're gonna be getting to, we get another one.
So,
Another one?
yep, so we pay Westlaw for the resource materials. Yes, Westlaw, Thomas Reuters Westlaw. And then we also pay an employee to maintain it. And then we also pay Manistee through our joint court services for certain elements as well.
We don't have a choice.
The court relationship was worked out well before me, and I still have not gotten to the roots of it all. Because that's a pretty complex relationship you guys have worked out.
It was worked out well before any of us got here.
Yeah. So understanding the full depths of that has been difficult.
What is the maintenance on the? That isn't done by IT?
Yeah. Yeah, the law library is on IT. Mhm.
So he's the guy that we're paying.
So what is it our
No,
employee
that's just
does?
coming out of the general fund. What?
You said we have an employee that maintains it.
They used to maintain the paper books. How does that work, Tammy?
They give. And when we still get some paper books in, like the judges get.
It's a
What is this
full-time-
job
it's a
pay?
full-time- Just checking.
Wow.
Whis-
I did a time
whispering
study
going
on that one.
Which part of this budget does that is covered for that employees fund?
Well, the law librarian is her title. Get $750 a quarter. Give out the password. And then we pay Westlaw also for updates. So even though it's a subscription and it probably costs them nothing, we have to pay for the update. And we're required to maintain a law library. That's a statutory thing.
That I understood.
All right, moving down into family court grants 287. So this is funding for the family court, and this is to this is specific for court services with these families. So like if there's childcare needed for parenting time and money needed for a court service of some sort related to this specific case for the friend of the court, these funds would help support that. These funds have not been utilized over the years. From what Clayton explained to me is this was a fairly popular program years ago, and then it kind of went dormant and nobody was offering the money and nobody was seeking the money, but there's about $55,000 there, and he wants to start implementing this assistance again because they're having a lot of struggles with like parenting time and other things. It's all court ordered. So this would help to pay for a lot of those court ordered things that are mandated for these families.
What does that pay for? The supervision of the
Yeah.
supervised visitation?
Pays for the supervision. It maybe it pays for the meal for the time. It's those sorts of things to the idea is to break down any barrier that there may be to carry out what the court is telling you you have to carry out. When it comes to family matters. Yes, children.
But who? So would we just pay somebody like Child and Family Services? They're already doing that.
This is different.
You sound like supervised visits.
Yeah. I was trying to go back and see. It's
Like
been
David said,
years.
they have to come through Child Protective Service, and not anybody can supervise. visits.
Oh, Child Protective
Right,
Services.
or Catholic Human Services, or.
This is something more involved in the other side of it. So somehow CPS is involved in the process, but this is something separate from that CPS side of the things, is my understanding.
They're gonna start ordering money too for these people to pay, so we have. First. It's like. Have someone going through a divorce and they need supervised parenting time, but they can't. Like. Conflict. They. It's gonna be a best $100.
So in the last 3 years, we only started budgeting this last year.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't spend any money. They want to budget an equal amount for this year and say, yes, we are going to spend it. What if we did, and this comes out of general fund, right?
No, this is fund balance. So they're budgeting the use of the fund balance that's sitting there. This is old money that sat there. They haven't, the courts have not utilized this money or the service for quite some years now, and they want to start implementing it again because of the shortage and these other elements of personnel and other things to do the supervised visits and such.
And I know you probably said it, but remind me again, where's the source of funding coming from?
The fund balance within this 287 fund. So this is old dollars
Yeah,
from
but how did
years.
the fund, where'd the money come from?
They're
Fund-
court assessed fees.
Court, okay, all right.
Makes sense? Clear as mud?
Here's one.
Got it.
Always is. Okay, I was trying to see if I could find some old expenditures for you. Just to give you an idea. But there's no attachments, so, okay. Moving on to the Child Care Fund 292. This fund is the one that we receive reimbursement from the state. However, we haven't been receiving reimbursement from the state because they've been utilizing those funds to pay for the neglect and abuse housing of a child. And so my understanding from the conversations is that child is supposed to be coming out of state ward. So we should be able to catch up with ourselves now. This child has been placed for over a year now, and that's very long and very uncommon. And so it sounds like this child will be coming out of state ward soon. So that'll help. So here's the budget as presented for the Child Care Fund. State grants, 50% reimbursement, admin fee, 35,000 there. So those numbers are actually down. Specifically, I know where it is. We're anticipating more 50% reimbursement than the 75% reimbursement. So the state made recent changes. As you recall, they reimbursed 50% for certain elements of the Child Care Fund and 75% for other elements of the Child Care Fund. 50% seems to be the more common because those are our placements we make on our own. Wages is brought down. They were budgeting to fill 2.5 positions, but they've only actually filled 1 position. And so they're looking at maybe filling another half position, or either a half position or 1 full-time position. So that has come down specifically. The fringe benefits, that's part of our 60-40 split with Manistee. And so these are Manistee employees and we pay our portion. So we are beholden to Manistee when it comes to salary increases and health benefits and such. It's based on their renewals. So we pay the percentage of that. Any questions on it? There's not a bunch of changes.
What about the foster care expense? We're budgeting 20,000 for that. How does that get drawn on?
So it only gets drawn on, so with the Child Care Fund, we're reimbursed certain amounts for foster care, but only if the placement happens. And so we're only paying it if it happens. But if we want the potential of being reimbursement, we have to tell the state that, hey, this money is potentially on the table if we're in this situation and we're expecting you to give us the 50 or 75% back. If we submit the grant application to the state without those funds allocated, and then we have to amend it later, our chances are less likely to get the reimbursement.
You're paying directly to the foster families and then asking for a grant for reimbursement.
Correct.
Gotcha.
But we have to ask for the moon of, hey, we may be paying X, Y, and Z. But if we don't pay X, Y, and Z, then we're not paying the money and there's no reimbursement. But if we do, we're going to get the reimbursement.
In your experience here, have you ever had a family ask the county for foster care funds?
So this is only in the instance that Carly Bailey and her office is going to be involved in that. You can't just come to Benzie County and say, hey, I need money for my foster care. This is specifically through the courts and the Child Care Fund. They're working with the juvenile court director in that office, and they're in a situation where Carly is placing this child in foster care. So it's through the courts. It's not just a family coming and saying, hey, we need child care for for our foster.
A few years ago, we had a family whose husband went on trial mother wasn't capable of watching the kids, and they placed like 4 of them in foster care.
So this is.
I'm pretty sure one of those is your NA case now.
So this is only for foster situations that go through the court system.
Right,
If you're
so-
just if you're just signing up to be a foster provider, you're not eligible for, okay. No.
So you'll see institutional room and board, that's separate from the state ward chargebacks. So the state ward chargebacks is where we would have anticipated those invoices coming versus the state just keeping our money. And we have requested to them to send us an invoice so we can properly account for it versus just keeping our money. So that's why you don't see any activity with these state wards chargebacks, because they were just keeping our money versus sending us an invoice and allowing us to account for it. The institutional room and board, these are children who are placed, that we have placed, they're in Washtenaw and Ottawa counties, if I remember correctly, is where these children are. And you can see it's a lot of money, $84,000 for the room and board of these kids.
There's nothing local or remotely close to us.
Oh, gosh, no, no. So very unfortunate situations.
In fact, some of these have had to go out of state, haven't they?
Yeah, there was one that we took to Pennsylvania, maybe? I think it was Pennsylvania. Very sad. Oh. Moving on down to 296, the Juvenile Justice Fund. This is basic grant. This is dollars this is all tied into the Child Court Fund as well. It's a separate pot of money, and this is specific for juveniles as well. So same sort of whole mantra. And those are grant reimbursements through the state. Other than that, that's kind of all the joint courts that are separate from the general fund.
They're getting rid of the library penal fine fund.
That one's not really utilized, so I think we're gonna try to make that one,
I see there's nothing
yeah.
budgeted for that.
All right, so we'll go through the 228, which is materials management, and then we'll go through the general fund, and then I'll be done. Materials management is yellow, and it has a maroon strip across the top, and then it's gray lines from there on out. Gray and would be white if it was on white paper, but they're yellow. For the 228 fund, you will see that there is a drastic increase, and that is because we are now in where they have called for the plan rewrite. And so we're working through with Eagle and the state for the grants to rewrite the materials management plan. As you know, we're working on a regional basis with Leelanau and Grand Traverse. The state is requiring that the money come to Benzie County and then we move it, right? And so that's why it's coming here, and then we'll end up paying it out for the various reasons. So as far as the surcharge, we are seeing a little bit of an increase in the surcharge. This is based on our parcel, so it's a surcharge per parcel on the tax bill. So this one's, typically pretty easy to calculate because we know how many parcels we have, but then as we make more parcels from splits and such, that cost us go up a little bit. The 79,000 for state grants, that is for the materials management rewrite process. And then the miscellaneous special collections, it's nothing. Contributions, we have people give us money along the way for materials management, so about $1,100. And then the use of fund balance to move through American Way, or GFL is increasing specifically, and there's other things that are increasing. And so we are looking to have to use fund balance. There is a fairly healthy fund balance in here. So $161,000 there, so that's good. So we are still moving forward with working with a contracted service. So what you see in wages is for the site stewards, so the folks that help us out during the peak months who help keep things clean. We're paying them on a seasonal part-time basis. So that's what the wages is for. And then the per diem is for their committee. And then you get down into contracted services, and that's American Waste, or GFL, and then Dave Schaefer to continue managing this department on behalf of the county. Everything else is pretty well the same. I mean, it's all flat from there on out. Project expenses grant, again, that's for the plan rewrite specifically. We were able to write into the grant to reimburse some of Dave's wages. So we will end up seeing about 12,000 of that coming back to the county to pay us back for some of Dave's wages that are spent directly working on the rewrite process versus just doing Benzie County materials management stuff. We will see some of that come back, which is really cool.
Dave will continue in that capacity for the next 16 months.
I would anticipate, unless something went haywire, I would anticipate him at least staying on till this plan's rewritten. He really is driving the region for rewriting that plan. I think Christy would agree. He's running the meetings, he's answering the questions, he's seeing this grant through. He really is running this process.
But for the next fiscal year, you anticipate he'd still be a part of it.
Yes, at least.
I had heard that he had other interests. That's why.
Last time I talked to him, he committed to me to seeing us through.
Okay.
So if something's changed, I would like to know.
Not worth repeating then for me.
Any other questions on the 228? Okay. All right, so we'll go back to the general fund, the big one. So overall, the general fund is going down as far as the total cost expenditures. And that is really attributed to ARPA dollars. We have now, really spent the majority of the ARPA dollars. There's no funds to transfer out for the ARPA dollars. And so we're seeing that now start to level out as to what the general fund's going to look like. You'll see the peak year of over 10 million. Then it went down to the 9.7 as we utilize, and now we're down to 9.6. So that's kind of where the general fund is coming in at, is about 9.6 million. What you have in front of you is a draft budget that is balanced. It is balanced with the only use of fund balance is specifically for the MDT computers for the sheriff's office for that. It does have the EDC activity in here that we had committed ourselves to of the $40,000. It also has $50,000 in here specifically committed to the broadband efforts. Those were previously allocated funds. With that 200,000, there's about $50,000 for next fiscal year projected to be spent, which is going to pretty close to close us up on that $200,000. We have scheduled the different transfers out. You'll see here we only have about 37,000 going into contingency, which is a lot less than years prior. But that's kind of how the budget is shaking out. This general fund is presented with my notes that I sent you in the email. So this factors in the 3% across the board. 3% is what was agreed upon in the union contracts. I did budget in the folks who are not in a union contract to also get a 3%. I also factored in 50% of the deductible going into an HSA. That's what we did this last fiscal year. However, that's not something you have to do, but that is what's budgeted in there as presented. We did budget funds for PTO payouts. We do allow for PTO payouts. We have for quite some time. So we looked at what we've paid out over the last couple of years for PTO payouts and kind of took an average of that. And that's how we budgeted that going forward. So it's not the full amount allowed for a PTO payout for every person in the department, because as we know, really, we don't pay out a lot of people. I think last year we only paid out like 23 people.
That would have been my question, because when we did that, we were theorizing that the consequences would be good because we were holding a liability going into following years, and it was causing conflicts at the end of the year with overtime. And so was it a fiscally sound idea to do these payouts at the end of the year?
Oh yeah. So our payout last year, so you'll recall some retirements that we had where we paid out ungodly amounts of money, one being $38,000 for a retirement. Our payouts we're definitely hitting the mark on that one. Like I said, it was like 27, I think last year people is all we paid out of, over 100, which is pretty small. I would have to look and see what the actual amount of money it was. But the difference between what we had already been paying out, so we were already paying out sick time. That was your policy for years. We added in the vacation payout because that's where people were rolling over and getting those monstrosity of numbers. And so if I had to look at the numbers, looking at the actual vacation payout versus the ones you were already paying out, it's very small in the grand scheme. Probably less than the 37,000 for the one employee, because we're paying out sick time versus vacation time. People are taking their vacations, which is what we had hoped for. And when people are leaving now, we're not cutting, I mean, we're cutting their final 80-hour paycheck typically, or maybe there's a few hours that they're paying out. But we've really got to the end of the line of where people have these monstrosity of banks left. There's really not many left. And they're the folks who have been here 106 years, and that's why they have huge banks.
What are you
Like-
smiling for, Michael?
Katie, in your memo to us, the email to us, you were talking about concerns in future years.
Mhm,
Given where our fund balance is right now,
mhm.
would there be any benefit at looking at doing any early buyouts for employees? To get rid of the ones that are on the defined
Benefit.
benefit?
Tammy, would you like to be bought out?
Sorry. I was looking at the budget.
Me too.
I don't,
We discussed draft budget.
I don't know who you would buy out per se. Kim is leaving. I know of other people who are going to be gone within the next 2 to 3 years. I don't know who you'd buy out even.
But that's my question.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the opportunity is, but because of the fund balance, because of your concerns about expenses going forward, sometimes there's a benefit to, like, people within 5 years, look at, we're gonna buy you out. If you want to retire, go ahead and retire, because then the new people we bring in typically come in at a lower rate. And the benefit package is less.
So you're kind of looking at a service credit purchase, because you can't buy out a defined benefit. It doesn't really work that way. You're looking at a service credit purchase and to get those service credits. And you'll recall when we allowed for that 90 days for people to purchase service credit to try to incentivize, that nobody did. Because just one individual alone to buy like 3.2 years was going to be $80,000. And so it's not cost effective, because you're depending on MERS and their actuarials and their projections as to what that person's going to cost you, and that's what you're going to pay to buy them out.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about the same thing. And maybe in government, it's not allowed.
Yeah.
What you would do is you would write a check to them and say, basically, I'm gonna pay you a spiff to move on and retire. You could start collecting your retirement.
We can't do that. So there are certain mechanisms, there's certain things in place that says you shall have this service credit and you shall have this, or you can't collect.
So I'm reading in the paper all the time that the federal government's doing buyouts.
Well, it's the federal government.
Is it that
He
different?
can do whatever he wants.
Well,
Yeah, we're beholden to the rules that we've elected in MERS. And so if you have a 25-year service credit, 55 minimum, there's no buying out. That you have to get that 25 or hit the 55 to get that money. And even then you may have penalty. And I can't see anyone taking the penalty.
okay, and anybody that's already close to that, they're unlikely to want to take a buyout because they're just, look at another 2 years, I'll be good. And
But in your professional networking, there is talk about alternative MERS.
Yes.
Could save us money,
Yes, long run. But you're still paying MERS.
but you're still paying,
'Cause
right?
you have to pay out that DB until everyone's dead.
Right.
what I'm
I
looking
know,
at,
it's very,
and it probably speaks for itself, but I'm thinking if there's something we could be doing next year, utilizing fund balance to give us some relief, 2 and 3, 4 years out.
again, you're beholden to MERS actuarials and their smoothing effect.
Okay.
So even if it's just like the whole Grand Traverse bonding for their MERS. I can bond today and be 100% funded today. So I can pay to buy these people out to be 100% funded today. And next week we're back at 30%. Or,
Yeah.
that's extreme, but we're back in the hole again. Unless you completely close the plan, close everybody on it and kick them off and, you're never going to be 100% funded until the plan is truly closed, which means nobody's on the plan, as in everybody died.
But it's not even just that everybody died, it's everybody who's a beneficiary to their
Has
MERS
died.
has died as well.
Yes.
So, right.
DBs were not a great thing
No.
for the future of America.
Just brainstorming.
Yeah.
Seeing how we're going this route, I'll go on. As you mentioned it before, was the increased buyout part of the health insurance to get incentivize people to not take the county health insurance. Still on board with doing something like that? I didn't kick it.
Pay a premium instead of what we currently pay them.
Right.
Increase it, see how many more people would drop off the program.
Is it worth pursuing or not?
That's contractual. It's in all of our collective bargaining agreements. So if you change the policy, we have to go to the table for all those unions. That
I
sh-
thought
No, I
whenever
thought
we get to the
insurance, you don't
insurance
have
was-
to.
Yeah.
The
Union
payout, the
contracts-
payout's different. The in lieu of
My
different.
understanding was whatever the county decides to do health insurance wise, the union contracts follow. Nothing has to be renegotiated.
In lieu of is different and the dollar
Oh, the
amounts
in
are
lieu,
spelled
okay.
out in those contracts. So if you want to offer a in lieu of different than what's in those contracts, you're going to that table.
Why do you have to go to the table if it's more? You're still gonna pay them what the contract said.
They'll still want to open bargaining, I promise you. It's petty, but they will.
You wouldn't reduce it to incentivize, you would increase it.
There's, I tried to change a title from secretary to administrative assistant and I got threatened to come to the table. And it was all because I thought secretary is very archaic and I didn't want people to be called secretaries. There was no other changes. Just changed their title and they wanted to come to the table to open the contract. And there's some conversations going on my level right now with the contracts. I don't want to open those contracts until those things are settled.
Well, regardless, if there's any opportunities utilizing our fund balance to reduce our cost of doing business going forward, or try to tap it down anyway, this would be the year to do it.
Yeah, so there's some counties who have went to hybrid plans, where you force people off the DB and put them onto a hybrid. That can help lower the liability. Some smaller agencies have completely closed the plan and forced everybody off and onto a different plan. You could hit that hard ball. So there is those options, but they're hard ones to tackle. Cause
Well,
we're so,
there'd be some real consequences in terms of employment.
Where you close the DBs completely.
Mhm.
And you have to be able
You
to
have
fund
that
it.
option. Does that gotta go to negotiations or can that be done? Not saying I'm in favor of it.
we've closed it to new hires already. To completely close it and push people off onto a different plan, that would have to go to bargaining as well.
I thought you could close it and from this date forward, everybody's on the other plan.
You could do that into the future potentially.
The cost to close that man out would be significant, millions of dollars. Right?
Well, you'd still be paying on it, but you could see the liability shrinking because there's no new going into it.
This is a painful period when we're.
It's very painful. It's very
Right. And
painful.
we were told initially it's 15 to 18 years before we'd really see the benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like 3 or 4 years.
But what I'm saying is you kick all the DBs off. Nobody gets a DB anymore. You force everybody to a different plan. And now you're just paying on the pot that's left because you're not making the pot bigger while still shrinking. Because right now you're still making the pot bigger when you're paying out and more people are putting money in the pot and they're paying that out. Whereas you would.
So it's not that they
kick
wouldn't
people off.
governors payout, there'd just be a defined line in the
Oh,
sand
it's
where.
defined. So like what it is as of today of their projected payout, that's what they're getting because now it's a different plan.
So they'd get when they retired, they'd get the benefit of both.
Right.
Correct.
But don't you have to fully fund that if you were to do that?
I'd have to ask. I don't know the true details on it because I've never went through it. I do know some other cities that have done it because my sister was the person on the other end of that who had to stop and start over.
Yeah. Well, to your point a moment ago, it's not worth bonding for and fully fund them because I've already seen other communities that they weren't 100% funded anymore.
Yep.
You know, they may be 80% funded, but they got a gap again.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And it has everything
the
to do
gap
with,
by completely closing it.
yeah, and we have no control over it.
Right.
Of course, that's one of the reasons why we might look for another option. but-
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
anyway, I'm gonna repeat myself. In this next few months, if there's an opportunity to be more forward thinking for about the next 3 to 4 years,
Mhm.
and we can use the surplus appropriately, we ought to do that.
Yes.
Because we can't use that surplus to fund things that need to be sustained.
Correct. So as far as the general fund goes, and we'll get more into dispatch at the next meeting, I have not budgeted the use of fund balance to balance central dispatch in this budget. So I didn't do that off the bat. We'll talk about that later. There's a lot of cleanup in the general fund about where things are, being deposited, received and versus paid out of. So there's a lot of that. We did try, the staff was really good about putting notes in. So you did see a lot of the notes in there specifically. We're continuously looking at the cost allocation. I am working with MGT right now on the administration fees. They're finalizing that report. So that flat 300 is a placeholder. It could tweak a little bit. Waiting on that final report as far as the cost allocation goes specifically. All the way at the back, you'll see transfers out. Those are transfers out to the different funds for various reasons. So contingency is, that's what sits there. Every year we transfer out 20,000 to animal control. That's for the licenses. You'll see the child care fund transfer out. We only transfer that as we need to. So we don't just throw 137,000 at that. We're going to transfer that as we need it. Law library, 19,000. There's no transfer to the jail. That 13,000 was a one-time for training that you offered. MIDC, 156,684. Again, we transfer that as the payments are needed. Right now, there's no transfer to capital. We're going to be talking a little more about the DTRF, and those funds would go into capital. I'm not anticipating transferring anything additional outside of what is projected with DTRF to capital, because there's still dollars in the capital that are left over from the ARPA dollars. So we only have the capacity to do so many projects. So I don't anticipate a bunch more money being transferred to capital because we don't have the capacity to do anything more than there's already funding for.
Doesn't that have to be spent by the end of 26?
So we already recognized it in our audit. So for our purposes,
That's
it
right,
is
it's
general
checked out.
fund dollars. I just call it ARPA so you don't forget where it came from.
Okay.
Yep. Airport Authority is the 15 that we had talked about. Lien services. So this was another effort to help, fund central dispatch because we've seen the writing on the wall. And so right now, central dispatch performs lien services for the courts and the sheriff's office and animal control and such. Lien are only allowed to be used for certain things under central dispatch and what their duties can do. And so because they're performing those services, we're paying them for those services because it's not in their scope. I went down the track with the judges because this is a court duty. I went down those conversations. I met with both judges. I met with their court administrators, and the judges will not put this on their staff. So it has to be dispatch or somebody else. And so we're paying dispatch to perform those services. Yes, Gary.
You gotta be kidding me. Like dealing with a 2-year-old.
You said it.
It's their job. Doesn't make sense for dispatch to be doing it.
They've been doing it for,
I know.
gosh, Michael, how many years? Many, yeah.
Yeah, just because we've been doing it that way doesn't mean it's.
Well, and that's why I tried to approach the, hey, like, this is a court thing. And we tried and it was no. The 101-426. So as you know, Rebecca's position, emergency management coordinator, we do receive funding through the state to help offset the cost of her services. As you know, the feds are in a riot right now with how they're giving money to the states, and then the states are then reflecting that onto the locals because the states will never take a hit, but they'll make sure the counties do. And so right now we receive about $10,500 as reimbursement for a portion of Rebecca's position. We don't know if we're going to get that $10,500. The state has, behind the closed door have said they will be made whole, which means that they won't give it any to the counties because they're going to take what's left to make themselves whole. And so we don't know if we'll receive that $10,500 or not, for the emergency management side of things. But other than that, I don't really know of anything. Everything else is pretty well flat. Most of it, most increases are the cost of doing business. Microsoft went up, BSNA is going up, those sorts of things. So,
Water, sewer, keep going.
yep, that's going up and that's budgeted for increases as well. So
Do have a question for you on maybe.
the Maples.
Last time we appropriated money, they asked to spend it on something we weren't too fond of. Can we cure that by reducing that amount?
Jog my memory.
What do you call it?
$3,000.
Oh, the DHHS board? That's not budgeted in here.
That's not here.
That's zero.
That's what I was looking for. All right.
That is zero. I'll go through this again with Kelly and make sure we're projecting revenues in a, coherent manner and expenditures and such. Kelly and I'll sit through and go through this again. Obviously, things are going to tweak before we adopt the budget because the state is tweaking things as well. We're given projected numbers for revenue sharing, but depending on the traction that MAC and others have with the legislature, maybe that changes. I don't know. And so, some things are going to probably tweak until we adopt the budget, but that's just because of the funding sources. We don't know exactly, but generally this should be pretty darn close.
Katie, a couple of suggestions, if the rest of the board agrees to look at. I'd like you to take another look at your interest income that's forecasted.
Okay.
If I heard Kelly right, she's using a forecast of like
2
2
to
or
3.
3/4, and there's anything that I'm reading is not that low.
Okay.
And we could, if you just tweak that even a point, that could come a long ways towards funding a central dispatch out of general fund.
Mm.
Also, and again, I'm kind of looking at, quarters and 50-cent pieces here, but the health insurance under commissioners, it's quite a bump compared to where we're at this year.
Mhm.
Is there something happening that I don't know about?
We have an additional person on the health insurance that wasn't there before.
Okay, all right. And again, I'm just talking coins here, but under, I'm looking for a way to fund central dispatch under dues and registrations for commissioners.
Mhm.
We've got 18,000 plugged in. This year we spent 4, looks like.
That's because we haven't received, our one large bill from MAC.
Okay, would we? All right, anyway, if there's some opportunity there just to start to fill some holes,
Yep.
but the real opportunity, I think, is tweaking that interest income.
Okay.
And if you disagree, I'd love to have the conversation with you, but
I'll chat with Kelly.
if I heard her right, and she said, well, she's using about 2.75, I'm thinking that is
Low.
pretty conservative.
Yeah, I'll chat with her a little bit more on it. So MAC dues, are about $13,000. So
Oh.
that'll be coming out
We
of,
haven't paid them yet.
exactly. They come annually and they usually come towards the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
So that's why that one looks like that, is because we haven't paid that big old bill yet.
Hey, just send them a note, tell them we don't have the money.
Yeah, we should do that.
Make me cook.
Just have you send them a check.
So I still have in my pile, the building department.
We can go through that one. Is everyone good with the general fund? Okay. Go back to the building department. I didn't want to go through the 401 yet because the list isn't final. So we'll get closer on that one later.
Is that yellow?
Building
Yeah.
department is yellow with black and gray.
I just wondered because we contract that out with their fund balance. That's restricted though. That belongs to the building department, right?
Well, it belongs to the county, but it's restricted to the building
To the
department.
building department.
So we do take rent every year and I utilize that cost allocation plan to figure out how much we can take from them as rent into the general fund, and we are doing that. So that's already factored into there. But there is legal opinions and case law that says that fund balance has to be used for building department outside of like a rent cost. So that unfortunately does sit there, unless it's needed for that purpose.
Okay.
You will see, here, the budget is down, based on where we're at with payments. Building is slowing up. I don't know. I'm sure all of you could have assumed that. Building is slowing up a little bit. So some of the permit fees and stuff, they're coming down a titch because they are starting to come down. As in years past, how I get my numbers is I take the activity divided by how many months of that activity and then times it by what's left and round up. That's typically how I do my numbers. And so these numbers are, so for instance, plumbing inspector, I brought it down to 60 because we've only used, close to 30 and we had budgeted 70. So some of those are coming down a little bit because building it's slowing up. I mean.
Their fund balance is 60,000.
Mhm.
It's not really too
No, it's not a ton.
excessive.
25%. Exactly. So, and then I didn't want to go through the 401 just yet because staff is still working on putting in their extra requests and such into that list. But you do have it. You can see kind of where things are at as of now. Also with the 401 spreadsheet is the 425. That is the equipment replacement fund, and we budget actual cash on hand for those lines. So that will be whatever the cash is on hand when we adopt the budget.
The one that kind of surprised me, we didn't have Centra's appropriation. There was a line in there saying it wasn't provided yet.
Yeah, I followed up with Chip on that, and then he responded copying Donna with a question mark. So I had put last year's in there
Okay.
to be safe, just to have a number in there.
Right.
But I don't have that yet, so I'll
They
follow
haven't
up with
discussed
Chip
it, any
again.
of our board meetings, that there's gonna be any kind of increase.
Okay.
So, and I don't know that they would though, so.
Yeah.
It just concerned me a little bit.
Yep. So I do have it now. She did get it to me. So, let's see here. 177,616. So that. So, yeah, that's the same as last year.
And then you want us to bring Lou with the orange top to study session on Tuesday?
Yep, you can bring everything, in case we get into more conversation about the budget as a whole, but we'll be primarily focused on central dispatches budget at the next meeting, next study session. But if there's any other zeros missing or anything, please let me know. I did miss a zero, but I'm sure I missed another one somewhere.
Please let your office know. We appreciate the work they put into this,
Absolutely.
and thank you to you as well.
Mhm.
Did anybody have any other comments before I open up the last public?
I'll echo what Rhonda just said. I remember and recall from years back how budget was. And this is absolutely perfection. So between you and the rest of the staff throughout the county, please
We'll
share
let
that
them
with us.
know. Page numbers, though, that'd be a huge
Yeah, we
increase,
talked
huge
about that.
improvement.
I thought there was limitations on the on the software that prevented you from doing that.
I'll have to manually add them.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can figure
Just
it.
turn on footnotes and it'll do it for you.
See this guy?
There you go.
He's our second IT guy. We're hiring him.
So Rhonda, I do
You might
have,
get a request Chrissy to actually take the spreadsheets, redo them, because I changed them, and put them up on a share so everybody can get them.
you're gonna put.
I didn't say
them
I'm
where?
gonna do it, she asked me to do
Oh,
it.
I thought you did do it.
The only question I would have, and this is for the benefit of the staff, is how much time do we want them to spend regarding the sheriff's request for a jail administrator? I mean, is that kind of a non-starter for us, just because of the gap we have with central dispatch? Or do we want administration to be looking for a solution for both of those things?
I don't have a solution. I've already thought about it. You're the only solution I can come up with is fund balance, and we already have to use fund balance for central dispatch. And we can't, I mean, how are we gonna pay for it more than 1 year? I
You
just
can't.
don't know. I mean, and I thought, okay, well, they have 3 administrative assistants up there. Maybe one of them could take on some of the duties. I just don't know how we fund it long-term without having a permanent solution in place.
Right. I would, my recommendation is that we don't have administration spend any time on that because I don't think we're going anywhere with it. And one day we're gonna have to put it back to the voter.
Absolutely. Which is gonna probably be next year. Yeah, it'll be next year.
Be nice to change the contractual problems with it. If we are gonna go that route eventually, but I agree, no sense of going any.
I just want to make sure they're using their time appropriately, so. So I guess what I'm hearing is that hate to send a message to the sheriff, but we're not gonna pursue that because it's just not within our means.
Not at this time. I mean, I made the fourth sergeant for road deputy. I made that work. I just can't figure out how I can come up with a whole nother position. I mean, we already took on the maintenance position into the general fund. I mean, we took two positions. One of them we absorbed. I don't know how I'm gonna find that money. I mean, it's $120,000+. I mean, it's more than half of the deficit of central dispatch.
You okay with that?
I'm okay with that. Is everybody in agreement?
I still struggle with that being part of the union, so I'd really want to get that fixed if we're gonna.
And I just remind this group that that job no longer is on the roster even, so.
Yes, so the only way for it not to be filled is to keep it off the roster.
And I'd love to just say, do whatever you want. Here's your pile of money, manage it the way you want to. But there's too much temptation to say, well, you got a generous fund balance. Why can't we do it that way? And the answer's got to continue to be not sustainable.
Right, and I mean, and we've worked really hard to grow the fund balance in the jail too, so that they have a little one as well. So there's not even funding in their general fund to help pay for it. I mean, their fund balance is still not where we'd like it, but it's at least we're getting it there. We're trying little by little. They got $147,000. I mean, that's huge for them for their $2.5 million budget.
Run that, we'd have to take a 450,000 to 500,000 a year out of the general fund to run the thing. We made a lot of progress. We're not there yet.
Yep.
Get
We're a
right
lot
back to
closer.
where we were at when we first started 8-10 years ago.
We're a lot closer.
Any other board comments? Hearing none, I'm gonna open the final public comment. Seeing none, I'm gonna close.
I'd make a motion to adjourn. Madam Chair.
I'll second.
All in favor?